What is up, my friends? We are here in week 2 for some NECC Overwatch. My name's Jeff, alongside Corbeck, here to guide you through our first couple matches. And, well, we've got some good ones lined up. We're going to start off in the Legends divisions. We're going right to the top.
We are indeed going right to the top. The best teams out there, or some of the best teams out there competing. Both of these teams 1-0 going into this Grand View, is it? I believe Vikings Black had a pretty stellar start, a 3-0 in their first match coming into this one, but they're going up against a very challenging opponent, which is UTD, one of the stronger programs, I would say, Overwatch-wise, in the entire country, a school that takes its esports very seriously, Jeff. So I'm excited to see what they have to offer us today. This promises to be a pretty interesting matchup.
Yeah, newcomer here in NECC this season, and have already made a big splash, taking a 3-2 victory over Converse Valkyries last week. We got second place last season, a very strong squad. So to come in there and win that 5-mapper makes a huge statement. But like you say, I mean, the Comets are an extremely strong force, have been for some time in collegiate Overwatch. Took 5th to 8th in collegiate homecoming, took 5th to 8th in Overwatch Collegiate Cup in the 2021 season. So I mean, we're talking 5th to 8th in the world behind all the big names that you could possibly think of, and they are right there in that squad. So yeah, the Vikings certainly have their work cut out for them today.
Oh, they do, and it's worth pointing out that UTD went 3-2 last week versus Converse to secure their win. Converse, another esports program that takes itself very seriously in the collegiate scene. They have a spectacular Rainbow Six Siege team. I know for a fact they are a very solid school. So again, they've already had some challenges here, UTD, and already starting to prove themselves. So I'm really interested to see just actually how far they can go, whether as kind of these newcomers, they'll go up all the way and take the top. But let's take a look at the rosters for both of these squads here today, see who's playing and where, and if there's any names that are noticeable. Over on the GV Vikings, you have a relatively solid lineup, a younger lineup as well. It's worth pointing out 2 sophomores being the most experienced, or I should say senior talent on the team, and then 4 freshmen stepping up. Some names you might not necessarily recognize, but certainly players to watch out for. I've heard good things about Max. I've heard good things about Darkrai. These are guys that you should be keeping your eyes on as we progress into this match.
And Max in particular, because I think this DPS matchup is going to be one to watch. Tanks definitely set the pace, and you got strong tanks on both sides, but I think it's the DPS that are going to steal the show today, and whoever can get the most work done, whoever utilizes their space and time the best, probably gonna lead the charge and give a great advantage to their team. So with Max on this side, and we take a look at the UTD roster as well, going up, that's going to be Petal to keep an eye on from there. Petal, coming out of Overwatch Contenders, has played on multiple Contenders teams for the past couple of years, very experienced in high-level competition. So that's where my focus is going to be here right out of the gate. Of course, Louis and Jukebox been a strong tank duo for some time, so they'll be leading the charge here for the Comets.
Yeah, Petal is the one who I, would have my eye on, right? That's veteran talent. Even though he's a freshman, he's a young player, a very strong player. Like you said, very experienced in top level competition. And certainly the DPS over on the side of the Vikings are going to have their work cut out for them matching up against Petal, right? This is a person who can absolutely dominate games as a hit scan DPS. And I would not be surprised at all as we saw Petal really flex their muscle here, maybe bring out some of the, heavy hitting hit scan. A Widowmaker play would not surprise me at all on some of our maps that we have coming up here. And speaking of maps, let's go ahead and take a look at what these teams will be playing on. Of course, it's a new map pool every week here at NECC, and we're starting off today with the Control of Ilios there, Bull Skunk. Always a thrilling map no matter what.
Oh yeah, Ilios is always a good time. A lot of boop options, a lot of historically amazing plays have happened on Ilios, and it's one of my favorite control maps. And as we get further along, talking about the potential for a Widowmaker for some long range hit scan, both Eichenwalde and Havana can offer those long sight lines to where those hit scans can truly shine. So we got a great map pool this weekend. Again, I mean, it is fixed this season. No more loser pick, no more bans, just a fixed map pool. So we get a solid rotation, and we'll be seeing these same 6 maps all day long.
Yeah, Havana in particular, one to watch out for. I mean, we will be playing it, and it is kind of, I would say, a stereotypical Widowmaker map, especially stage one of Havana, really famous for some very heavy hitting hit scan competition. So if there was ever a place where Petal was going to shine, that would be it. But, the benefit, I guess, of having this determined map pool, right, is it does give these time team to prep and strategize. And assuming the Vikings have been doing their homework here, Bullskunk, well, they probably have planned around how they want to deal with some of the problems that they'll be facing. So I'm not. I would go into this giving UTD a little bit of an edge, but I'm not going to write the Vikings out at least until we get to see them play a little bit. And it'll be Eichenwald where things probably start to shake themselves out, because I think I feel like I've learned enough now, and you may or may not agree with me, but I've learned enough now from casting that you can't always read too much into those control maps. They can be a little bit pesky at times.
So true. With the chaotic nature of control, a lot of the time, the team that takes control isn't necessarily the better team at the end of the day. You run into teams who are just particularly good at this type. So it can be hard to judge. Now, one thing Control is good at judging is what kind of compositions our teams like to run. Since you get little micro samples of some different styles of maps, and Ilios is no exception. We got Ruins, where you've got those longer sight lines that we've been alluding to, that we're going to see a little bit more of throughout the day. But then you also get up close and personal in Lighthouse, where everybody's battling inside this small space. Some options to take to the air if we perhaps might see an Echo or a Far coming out of some of our flex DPS. This will give us some insight as to what our teams are comfortable with.
Yeah, you're very right. It's a good map for that. It does have a lot of diversity of play. Hopefully, we should be hopping into this matchup soon, so we'll be able to see what these teams are bringing. But you talk about kind of the brawl nature of some of it, right? The aerial nature. Widowmaker actually can be a play here as well, and Ilios hitscan can be a big factor, particularly on Ruins is the map that I'm thinking of. That's the one that I think pops out in the top of my brain, right? Is immediately this map that historically we've seen some amazing kind of hitscan plays on that one. We've also seen some really exciting flyer plays. I genuinely, Ilios is my favorite Koth map, Bullskunk, so I'm always excited to see it in play. I also love the fact that they're all on the same island. If you rotate around it with the camera, I still think that's really cool. That's one of my favorite Overwatch things.
All the control maps kind of are. If you look at Nepal, they're all layered on top of each other. You can see the different
levels.
Yep. Lijiang is the same way. Control center's at the very, very top of the tower. It is kind of a fun little detail that they threw in. And Ruins is particularly cool because it's all laid out. And from what I understand, it's actually pretty accurate as to what that area in Greece truly looks like. They did a really good job as far as capturing that feel and just making these aesthetically pleasing, really vibrant maps. And I think Ilios is a shining example of that. And, not to mention a lot of fun as well. Looks like we are about to get into this thing. Vikings will be in the blue jerseys to start things off. Comments coming out in the red. We're about to find out what heroes our players want to run with. Well, to start things off.
Well, almost.
Close. We just got teased.
We did. The pit there, looming just below the paused indicator, giving us something to worry about. It's just that black hole. It's just making me a little uncomfortable, but it looks like the discomfort will continue here because we're back to casters cams, so we can talk more about aesthetics, which I do love. I mean, it was a big selling point of the product, but it's a shame because we don't actually even really have team compositions to talk about right now. So our ability to kind of speculate on what these teams are going to run is stuck to examples from the past. But what they say, history repeats itself. We can probably make some educated guesses about what an Ilios defense will look like again, or I should say an Ilios battle would look like. No side is particularly on the defense, but dive very much a possibility or something akin to it, right? We often see a lot of Orisa here being played in kind of an anchor position. Some teams will just set up on the corner of the control point and try and fight their way out. Pharah, very popular pick. Echo as well, very popular pick on this map. All of those I think are very likely to make their appearance here.
I mean, Pharah is a personal favorite of mine on this map. You've got some cool little edges and nice little spots you can hide around the windmill itself, and then on the opposite side over cage, you've got little platforms that you can utilize and take some cover there. We've seen some epic Cassidy plays, come out on this map, most famously from NYXL and the big boss himself. And then Cassidy still as strong as ever. We're on the live patches. This is not experimental, thankfully. So still 225 hit pool on the Cowboy. A lot of beefiness there to go in. I know, right? I mean, it'd be kind of fun. But
it would be, yeah.
There's different tournaments for that. There is a different tournament for that. I want to steer us in a little bit different direction though, because one thing that's really stood out to me and about the comments in particular is they brought a new head coach in the beginning of February, and I'm very curious. This is on February 1st, so barely 2 weeks into this program. I'm very curious how Coach Bohem, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, affects the overall structure and composition and coordination of this already strong UTD squad, previously coached by Bonnie, who formerly played on the Houston Outlaws and had that Overwatch League experience. With a new coach coming in, it's bound to shake some things up in the system. And so this is the first time I've gotten to see the Comets play since this new acquisition and this new coach coming into the program.
Yeah, it'll actually be maybe something that will come out as the season progresses, right? In any sporting situation, when you bring in a new coach, it does fundamentally change vibes, right? Everybody knows that. It'll be kind of, I guess, a bit of a test here, these early games, to see how that coaching change goes through. I mean, the victory last week certainly giving us a little bit of insight, perhaps, into the strength of the new coaching staff. But as we progress through this game, maybe we'll see if they can kind of keep that dream alive. Taking a look at the composition we have available, a double bubble coming out on the side of UTD right there, the Zarya and the Winston anchoring the center of the lineup. Petal showing us a Symmetra here. Maybe it could come out with a swap on it or stick with it. Sure enough, the Tracer swap will come through. On the other side, the Sigma Ball combo right there being shown with a very sort of anchored support lineup. In fact, anchored support lineups on both teams, the Brigida being assigned to bodyguard duty in both respects, as already a little bit of skirmishing here around the Lighthouse.
Yep, Petal already forced Darkrai to use that translocator. Lions out of the fight, so only Zenyatta heals available for the Vikings at the moment, and Blue Sandwich is going to be in a bit of an awkward situation. Very vulnerable without the Brig to shield and CC incoming attackers away. And we see a lot of space already gained from UTD. They even have control of the point. They're building percentage as this extended poke phase continues to break out, finally trying to circle around. The Vikings are moving in, but Max is low, Darkrai is low, and UTD are just going to press the issue on the front line, see if they can pressure down that Sigma. Moving in, forcing out that kinetic grasp early. Darkrai's going to fall in the back, and Petal lands a nice pulse bomb.
Petal already had the pulse bomb to pull right there. A brutal kind of early series of engagements here from the Vikings, but the fight still boiling. Arrow trying to track down that last kill onto Ashton and force basically a full reset out of the Vikings. Does find it eventually. Obviously, too, Ashton does have their pulse bomb online, but the nano boost coming through here. Louis also with the primal rage, and just look at the aggression from UTD. They're all the way in their opponent's half. They're basically diving them at spawn.
Well, they've got the nano boost as well as the primal rage to work with. They have the ability to do it. They have the tools to kind of override if things get dicey, but they don't even need those ultimates to win this fight. They're able to dive in aggressively and just wreak havoc. Vikings struggling to even find any room to work.
Yeah, Ashton already used their pulse bomb in that fight as well to no avail, and now the ult bank so firmly in favor of UTD as we go for another engage here.
Darkrai does manage to pick off Louis. Manual hack must have come through and not allowed the primal rage to come out. Gravitic Flux, but bubble there for Jukebox, and they're able to fend off the majority of that damage. Still taking some. RC goes down with the nano in the pocket. Rally out for none time to try to bolster the healing in lieu of the Ana being off the battlefield. But Louis has returned. Primal Rage is out. Arrow's going to unleash some dragons. And UTD are able to maintain control at this point despite getting that Graviton Surge.
Still a little bit of a fight bubbling here. They did invest the nano boost onto Louis right there at the tail end. To sort of effective results. They managed to drive off the Vikings. Vikings still trying to contest this. Lion does drop in at the last second, but this is desperate straits here. Solo popping the rally, just trying to stay alive. We'll fight it out for a little bit longer. It's not quite over yet.
No, but it's definitely looking very one-sided. Reinforcements starting to show up, but the rally has now faded, so none of those reinforcements are going to get that extra armor bonus. Blue Sandwich immediately taken out after returning to the fight on the Lucio. Lion's very low. Petal trying to chase him down. Petal's not going to get the kill, but turns the shield the other way. Arrow lands the shot, and UTD take a clean 100-0.
You can just tell kind of how much of a DPS-oriented match this is. The two Tracers in particular, I think, really setting the tempo here, Bullskunk. But the key factor, I think, behind telling how much of a DPS match this is just how much pressure these respective support lineups are under. You can just tell that, you know, Lion getting picked off early, that was a huge loss. That left them with just Blue Sandwich there in the background. And I mean, let's be honest, right? Solo Zenyatta healing is an appalling situation to be in an early fight scenario. But on the other side, I mean, I think we saw Artsy Fartsy go down. It hasn't entirely been a one-sided affair in how much pressure is being put on supports. It's just that at the moment, UTD is applying a little bit more pressure directly to the Vikings' forehead. So they're going to have to find a way around that. Maybe lower their helmet with those pointy horns, find a little bit better defense. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, not much change in composition. We do have Opia going over to the Diva as opposed to the Sigma. Does change up the style a little bit, a little more direct dive as opposed to kind of the hybrid poke dive of the Wrecking Ball Sigma. Early kill and early advantage going over to the Vikings, and Grandview University in a prime position to pick up first control.
Yeah, it's a good little bit of play right there, but I mean, the fight doesn't quite seem to be over. Jukebox pushing forward right here, cleans up on Blue Sandwich, and look at that. The kill feed just lights up red. Such force being exerted early on despite the setback. They don't need Arrow. Petal in there getting a double kill.
Oh my goodness, that was a +2 to the Vikings very early in that fight, and UTT just stormed back. Petal is just a monster on this Tracer. It's ridiculous.
It feels like every time I'm about to say, oh, it looks like the Vikings might be reasserting a little bit of their authority, the team from UTD just kind of steps it up. I mean, they've taken Arrow out early again, but as we saw from the last fight, that's a non-factor. Big stick, though. Okay, Ashen, I see you there. Double kill for Petal as well, but that was a clean one clip followed by that beautiful stick. Ashen's got some chops here on the British covered hero. No doubt. Oh, but Petal's going to win the duel. I'm excited to keep seeing these two DPS go off. A lot of talent on both sides, but that duel win by Petal means they are free to move in and clean up the rest. And as close as that fight was, UTD is still in control. Genuinely, when was the last time you saw this impactful of a Tracer play? And Jukebox is grabbing them alone here towards the spawn door. Louis does dive in at the tail end. Yeah, Petal's over to pick off the Zenyatta as well. Blue Sandwich had a moment to think about that Transcendence, but before they could press Q, there was already Petal right in their face, so that did not come out in that grab. Mines, I mean, the aggression.
Yeah,
just
insane
astounding.
aggression. Well, and I think the mines are on point, but like the whole team is pressed so far forward.
Yeah, Max they're just not letting up.
No, not at all. Not at all. And why would you? Like, when you have this level of talent and you're getting the kills like it is, I mean, Darkrai's trying to bring things back, does take Jukebox out of the fight, but Nuntype is going to go ahead and proc that rally. Is survived for quite a while inside that. Transcendence used as well. Everything in the kitchen sink coming out of the Vikings.
It really is a strange timing and tempo to these engagements. I mean, it's even catching me a little bit off guard because the willingness of UTD to take fights so early and without their whole team in place. I mean, you literally saw a Solo engage with a grab. The reinforcements came in right at the tail end, but it was still a really weird start to that fight. And the aggression that's being shown from UTD is absolutely savage here.
Very reminiscent of Chinese and Korean play, particularly, I mean, with the double bubble even. Is used a lot more in the East. But that never give up. I mean, we can go win a fight with 4 people, keep constant pressure on, always forcing out cooldowns, always forcing out resources. Oh, Louis is able to get one before getting taken down. That was 1,000 health immediately just dissipated on the Primal Rage, but now Dragons are out. UTD have all of their players on this objective at the moment, aside from Louis. They're starting to pick up some kills. Max in a lot of trouble. Opia not faring much better. Lion gets taken out by headshots coming from the pulse pistols of Petal. And this is a quick flip coming back through. But, you know, Vikings finding their first fight win and got their first percentage built up.
Yeah, it's just hard, I think, when they're being put under this much pressure to really orchestrate effective defenses. But, I mean, this is last fight territory, and that's not a good way to start.
Nope, that overtime wick burns down, and UTD do end up taking the 2-0 on Ilios. As strong as we expected to see him, Corbeck, this Comet squad is just absolutely scary, and they came to play.
It's true. It is very true. And I think you made a good point, right, about the more APAC nature of their play style, the double bubble, the constant aggression, the willingness to take fights where you really only have partial members of your team. And yet, you know, UTD makes it work for them, whether it's individual skill or just good coordination. An excellent example would be that kind of second to last fight we saw there where Louis basically engaged alone. Right on the point. I think there was maybe 3 or 4 defenders there. He jumped in, he primaled, he died, but he still, like you said, secured a kill, but he opened up a ton of opportunities for the rest of the team to get involved. Arrow got a pick off the back of that play, right? So they turned it, you know, a 2-1 loss there, or 2-1 win, I guess I should say, and then just sort of bulldozed on. And then once they actually take control of the point, they just push forward and maintain kind of that pressure the entire time. And it's so hard, right, for the team that's being aggressed on like that, especially on a Koth map, right? Especially on a Koth map where there's not that much distance to cover. It's so hard to force a regroup, to get everybody together. It's hard even to think, right? And to get plans together when you're just constantly under aggression with such weird tempo.
And to exacerbate the difficulties, you've got a top tier tracer just always in your back line, always coming in from the flank angles. The moment you think you can get settled and regroup, there's Petal right there, popping off one clips, dropping pulse bombs. Definitely a difficult task, a difficult undertaking to try to come back from that. So
yeah, it's insane.
Double check in here. No, we had a slight technical issue, but I think we've got that all worked out behind the scenes. So yeah, we're just going to keep on moseying through this thing, and we're going to head to map number 2. Map number 2, Eichenwald here for this week. And just a reminder, no assault in the map pool. So you get hybrid twice if we go through all 5 maps, escort twice if we need that 6th map tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's you know, the 6 map tiebreaker in there is a potential. I don't necessarily know that we'll be seeing it today. I mean, we saw some fight coming out of the Vikings there, especially on the second map of Ilios, right? They ticked up to a respectable 52%. But you know, pace is going to change. Things are going to change here as we go to a different style of map. You move over to the hybrid. That aggression that we saw, I don't know that it's as easy to carry that forward on a map like Eichenwald, though certainly, I mean, if a team applies themselves and that is their primary focus, you could see that again. But it is a little bit harder just because of the distances covered do make it a bit more difficult to kind of basically attack a team at their spawn door without running significant risk, right? Not to mention, you have to have somebody back on the card, so you're always kind of at a man disadvantage. Not that that seems to bother UTD all that much.
Well, speaking of UTD, looks like we are going to get a sub in the DPS department. Because sure, coming in for Arrow in the flex DPS role. Of course, we will still have Petal and likely pulling out the Tracer because, well, Tracer's just good in like all compositions, pretty much all maps. I mean, unless you are built a composition to oppose a Tracer directly, then, I mean, Tracer's pretty viable.
Yeah, she is quite viable. She is apparently very viable today. If Ilios is anything to go by, I mean, I think the fact that you have obviously 2 very talented Tracer players in the lobby is perhaps forcing her into the spotlight a little bit more than usual. And the tools to corral her were just not there on either of these teams. I think both of the Brigidas, right, struggling to kind of counter, push the Tracer back a little bit, keep her off their support partner. And you saw, I think, a little bit more survivability really coming out on the side of UTD when it came to those support battles. I know I mentioned it earlier, but we saw situations in which Brigida on their side was kind of surrounded by the enemy team, managed to keep it together, right, and survive. They didn't secure the kill on the first map in particular, but it's been a lot rougher on the side of the Vikings. And I think it's just a tempo issue, really. They were never, ever able to reclaim the initiative. It never felt like they were particularly in control of that match. And when you're not really calling the shots, it's really hard to protect your healers.
There were some bright spots on the second map. A little bit of maybe Vikings can start to find some room to work, but they're going to have to up the aggression. When we saw them succeed is when they were able to take the pressure off of that back line and force UTD to try to protect their tanks and shift the focus of the fight between the Zarya battle that we saw going on, between getting the pressure onto Louis and Jukebox. And that was when we saw the most success from Vikings. They had got some early picks there in the beginning of Lighthouse, and then they even managed to win an engagement as well, kind of with that philosophy. So I want to see Vikings continue that aggression. Otherwise, I mean, they just sit back. UTT are going to pressure the supports once the Brig is gone. Zen's super vulnerable, and it kind of just falls apart from there.
Yeah, it's true. And I think I would like to see them capitalize a little bit more on their numbers advantages. That's something that I think that they've had a little bit of a struggle with. You thinking in particular, a very good fight for that, where that was illustrated, was that Lighthouse. You saw Arrow get taken down. Ashton then immediately follows it up with a good blink play over, hits the pulse bomb stick onto an Ana. Very, very well done. And then everything just fell apart for Vikings. They weren't able to take advantage of the advantage that they had given themselves. So hopefully here on Eichenwald, maybe with a little bit more space, with a little bit more organization, we can see the Vikings capitalize on their DPS performance.
UTD Esports going to start us off on the attack. It is a loser pick on side. So the Grandview Vikings have decided to stick on the defense, to stay in the blue jerseys. This will allow, if they do make a stop, to kind of know where they need to get to, which allows you to kind of dictate when you can use your ultimates and where to take fights. But UTD can really set the pace here. Also, on the attack, you get more ability to swap. You get more versatility. If you come out and you see something that is countering you or you don't like the look of, you can immediately go back and make swaps. Defense doesn't have that option.
No, they don't. I mean, making swaps on the defense is a full commitment, especially in terms of maybe loss of ult charge as well, is a very big factor. Interesting, though, that we see a very different set of theories here in terms of compositions. The Vikings playing a very sort of staid, fixed double shield composition, right? There's not a lot of speed. There's not a mobility. Meanwhile, on the other side, a ball bubble coming out from UTD with very mobile DPS that will probably enjoy picking this apart. And they're actually going to go back and full swap the deck here and switch over to more of a poke composition to go in the shield, which I actually think is a very valid decision here as Kashir moves into position.
Yeah, Kishore worked all the way around the outside. Is running into an Ashe and a Hanzo, so needs to be careful. Otherwise, that can happen. There is that res available as Owo is around the back, and she's able to find that res. But on the front lines, Jukebox falls. And it doesn't look like the swaps are working out here on this initial attack. Although, I mean, we've seen UTD pull back from losing Jukebox early before, who's going to go ahead and swap over to a Sigma, a little bit of a rock and roll comp. Immortality Field forced out early. Could be an opportunity here. Kashir's able to get 83% towards that barrage. Nice bio onto Opian. A lot of pressure coming down. Blue Sandwich trying to alleviate some of that, buy some space with the amplification matrix. But now Ashton has fallen, and the Vikings are at a -2 deficit with the barrage coming in over the top. Max is down. Front line is gone. Opian the only shield left, and they're running for their lives.
Yeah, the poke has worked out perfectly. Kasher in particular did a spectacular job right there, just drawing the attention of the enemy team. I mean, we see Opia trying to fall back here, but it does feel like a bit delaying the inevitable. Blue Sandwich does go down. Actually, he might be able to regroup here, is Opia, but he'll get a little bit of reinforcement there on the tail end. Ashton, though, picking up a big 2.
Yeah, but that Blue Sandwich falling that early is disastrous. They're going to go and swap to the Zenyatta, but they spawn all the way in the back of the castle. That is such a long walk back. This is going to allow UTD to come up and claim this first corner, maybe even grab some high ground.
It's like neither of these teams have ever really heard of resets. I don't know. Just like we immediately jump back into the engagement right there, which I guess is a valid idea, but the half-hearted commitment has now led to a resurgence here from the UTD side.
Oh, Nano onto Kashur and gets two immediately with the stickies and the focusing beam. Make that a nice three-piece for the Echo player Kashur, coming up with even more. Oh my goodness, outstanding stuff.
Yeah, the mobility and the kind of dive is just dominant here. And honestly, if there's ever a section of this map where this sort of setup was going to be dominant, it is this second phase. It's the most wide open. It has a very clearly defined high ground that is, you know, not too difficult to attack. And they basically just pinned him at the doors.
Yeah, even using dragons to further exacerbate that problem and push him back. And look at all the space that UTD has gained. They have control of this bridge, which is extremely important. Crossfire coming in from the high ground, and Kashur, with such a dominant performance in that previous engagement, demands attention from the defense of the Vikings. They don't know where to look. Finally, the two DPS focus their attention onto Jukebox and get the anchor of the front line off the battlefield. UTD still highly mobile, still able to get work done if the Vikings aren't careful. Pedal in here with a bit of a duel. Nice coach gun, but it's not going to help you, Ashton. Those arrows are too good. Pedal just put them right through your heart, and UTD continue to find value.
Yeah, Pedal is really quite a monster over there on the DPS side. Slight ult advantage now being handed over to the Vikings, though, if they can make use of it. Not a good start to the engagement. Louis just trying to escape from the top deck, but instead it's Lion who dies first.
That's a nice escape. Take one with you. And the mines were out from the Vikings, but it didn't really seem to stop him. But Darkrai's trying to bring this back. Okay, I see you. You find two, and just narrowly able to hold on. Pedal still in this fight, still trying to get work done. Picks up Ashen in the process. A quick regroup for UTD. They'll have a player advantage.
Poor Ashton just can't seem to win the 1v1s against Pedal at the moment, but a really good play from Darkrai right there to kind of bring that up on the back end and essentially save his team's bacon, for lack of a better term. But now 4 ults to 1 here. UTD is coming into this with massive tools at their disposal. This is quite likely going to be brutal, and probably we'll see them get through the second half.
I'm really trying to keep an eye on Blue Sandwich. Yeah, they're going to go and use that Transcendence early in response to a Gravitic Flux Mine combo. Works out well, +1 to the defensive Vikings at the moment. But UTD have gained a little bit of high ground. You have Max up there trying to dislodge them. Opia, just walked into a maelstrom of death and destruction. Gets that mech taken out almost immediately. Here comes Louis onto the point, charged up by the Nano Boost coming out from Nun-type. And Louis is just bullying this poor baby diva. Oh my goodness, that hurts.
Ah, well, it's bound to happen, isn't it? Interesting that they lost that, to be honest. It was a lot of ults for them to kind of throw away, and it was a really good Transcendence out of Blue Sandwich. I genuinely thought we might see the push through there. It looks like it might come a little bit later here. Still pushing forward is the cart, but a really good Transcendence there, keeping them alive.
Last second contest with 2 meters remaining, but Ashton immediately falls, and so much damage onto Opia means they've got to try to back out. Max didn't get the memo because they've got mines online. They're like, no, this is winnable. The rest of the team is like, no, it's not. We got Jukebox getting a 3K on us back here.
Oh, it's just an unfortunate situation right there, because after they won that fight, again, with the sort of awkward tempo of these engagements, they just kind of immediately got re-stuck into fighting, and they didn't win that one out as much. And the killing power of UTD is just outclassing the Vikings here at every turn.
Gravitic Flux coming out from Jukebox to start off this next engagement. One more corner to turn and take it home. 1, possibly 2 fight wins remain. Darkrai coming up big, picks up a couple of kills early, while UTD were trying to surround him on that high ground. The Soldier 76 has been utilized pretty darn efficiently here from Darkrai. Has the tac visor ready to go.
Darkrai's done a good job of basically taking advantage of UTD's overconfidence or overcommittal. I mean, what you saw on the high ground a couple of fights ago, that was exactly what they did. They just used the legs to get into a good position and then punish them for kind of forgetting that they existed. Very similar right there as well. Jukebox was hyper focused on securing the kill onto Ashton's Cassidy. Didn't even think about the potential for Darkrai to swing into a different position right there. And once he got rolling, he just didn't stop.
And Petal's going to go ahead and sacrifice a lot of ult charge towards the Deadeye to swap back over to the Hanzo. Rally out from the defense. Mines over the top of him from Louis. Is the armor going to be enough not to keep Max and Opia alive? It's not. There's mines from both squads, as a matter of fact. There's explosives all over the place. But it's UTD with a clear player advantage, and the Vikings just have to back up and try to get around this corner.
They're down too many players to really mount a sort of strenuous defense, and that positioning right there from Blue Sandwich is making me very uncomfortable. Finally, they'll get Sigma back in this fight, and maybe they can start to put together a comprehensive counter push here, but Darkrai dies early.
And to Nuntype, no less. Deadeye coming out from Ashen on this cast. Channeling through, had a couple skulls, but they dodge out of the way. No deaths as a result, just bought a little bit of time. Louis going to re-engage with the nano boost, but it's Opia putting a stop to things with a massive gravitic flux. Well-timed, perfectly positioned, and it should be enough for the defense to hold on despite suffering a couple casualties.
It should be only 10 seconds left here. It would take a miracle, I think, for somebody to touch the point. And they might just be getting it in the form of Petal. Picks up 2 huge kills right there. Ashton, though, securing the kind of pick back. The site's contested, though. It's not done yet.
No, Louis was able to get the touch, but Kashura and Petal need to get here and get some work done. Petal's back in spawn at the moment. The brig is down. Olo falls. She was so close to rally. That might have been the miracle needed, but alas, the defense of the Vikings stands strong, and they protect the castle. Only giving up 2 points in 45.74 meters there on point C.
Yeah, a good last hold there. I mean, if there was, you know, an area where they're probably going to get a full hold right, it's going to be at the very beginning, or it's going to be on that last point. That last point can be so tricky for attackers to break through, and I think that was just illustrated there. Genuinely a little bit surprised that UTD wasn't able to, you know, muster the strength needed to push their way through. Nice little Dark Souls reference there, by the way, to push their way through. But it's interesting to note that I think they were a little overconfident going into some of those fights, and I do think that came back to bite them. I'm still thinking back, you know, to Jukebox's Sigma. The other thing was Vikings just delivering huge value on their ults. I mean, they got what they needed out of a lot of their ults. The only ones that didn't really function as needed was that Blue Sandwich Transcendence, and I believe it was Ashton using the High Noon. That was very disappointing, but I mean, it also sort of zoned them out a little bit, so you can give them a little bit of credit for that. Whereas I felt like UTD's ults were almost non-existent. Excessively lacking impact on that last stage. I don't necessarily think that's a trend that's going to carry over here as we see them set up on the defense on a very similar style comp, but it was certainly an interesting note there at the tail end.
And a lot of swaps from UTD as well. You know,
True.
perhaps just going for some comfort picks. Didn't feel like it had a real solid plan behind it. So maybe a touch of hubris in that, or maybe just trying some things out. Like, you know, it's sometimes, especially early in the season, we're only in week 2, you want to test some things, and this is kind of the time. You can try out a couple of different things, but now we've got Petal back onto that Tracer, and Kashura picking up the Hanzo this time around. Early pick already from the rock and roll comp of UTD. Vikings just trying to run this thing down mid with a Reinhardt, and there's just nothing to be found.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only person they killed was Louis on the ball, who is the least impactful kill you probably could have secured in that setup, because he'll roll right back as soon as he respawns. The real value of this kind of brawl, this rush even, dare I say it, is going to be sectioning off the slowest targets on the side of UTD and securing fast kills. And if you can't do that going into this highly mobile UTD comp, they're just going to take off angles and rip you apart.
Petal was trying to give me motion sickness there for a second. Try to get Blue Sandwich some sickness as well, but the Immortality Field is at least forced out. Now the collapse is going to happen with some mines from Louis, and it's, well, Vikings in a lot of trouble. Max is going to fall to some damage orbs from Nuntype, and this is going to be another big hold. They've got a couple of people staggered out on the back as well. And Matrix coming out as the Vikings still want to try to fight this thing. Still think it's turnable, but Kashura has other plans, picking up a nice 2-piece, and Opia at least has the opportunity to leap off the side and not stagger themselves out even further.
Again, it's that mobility is really costing them as they go in here, and they're going to make some swaps of their own, which I think is a very wise decision here for the Vikings, because it just hasn't worked so far. I mean, look at all the different angles they're getting engaged on and shot from. They're getting hit from pretty much every side when they push in, and if you can't make it work where you can section off individual targets, the only way to kind of match that is to come back with a sort of 1v1 engagement style comp.
Jukebox with this flux at the ready. Ooh, nice shot from Darkrai, who had a huge impact on the defense. But Jukebox is going to fight both tanks with the flux, and both are smashed to bits upon being slammed into the stone of Eikevola. And that is going to be all she wrote. Jukebox with a massive play.
We haven't talked about it all that much. Jukebox on this particular defense has been an absolute rock for the team. Just a hard anchor here, holding over by the guitar store, just shoving forward again and again and again, and really creating a lot of the space needed for the rest of UTD to get involved.
Is that rocks throwing rocks? Is that what we're... all right.
It is.
All right. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. We got some explosive pebbles online here for Louis. Ready to go for ults, as a matter of fact, for the defense. Nothing for the Vikings to work with, and they have 67 seconds left to make something happen. They need, I mean, they're really need a dry push, try to get some ults out and try to build some ults of their own. Petal might just win this with a pulse bomb alone, though. The discipline from UTT, very good as we get into the final minute of this attack.
They're just pressing them all the way to the spawn doors. That's pretty brutal. I mean, it's going to be on Max to try and, I think, slip by. And they've taken the pressure off just a little bit here. Unfortunately, my feed has frozen up. At what a critical time.
I know.
No.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z, we will discover, can the Vikings take point A?
Well, we're about to find out, because they've lost Max early on, and there's Dragons coming across the point as well.
Less than 30 seconds remaining. Blue Sandwich. Okay, you take Petal out of the fight. Yeah, no, not bad. Not bad. Little moral victory, but there's a Transcendence out. There's a lot of ultimates coming in from UTD Esports as they see this clock dwindling lower and lower. Nice move from Blue Sandwich. At least gets themselves out alive. And not too much casualties, but there's not much time left. So Max is going to have to rush to the objective. You're going to be going into the waiting arms of UTD Esports. And the Comets just... putting a lot of damage on Max. Here comes Lion rallying into the point. Mines are unleashed as well as Blue Sandwich picks up another pick. Ashton's able to get one. Vikings are down two, but there's still hope. They are still alive and kicking on this point with 4 people left and 2 ticks picked up.
Boy, they are lucky to have won that fight. They are very lucky. I thought that they were doomed because Blue Sandwich hit the ult just a little bit too late. Opia was dead. Things were not looking particularly good, but a good re-engage, good use of the minefield there as well by Max to kind of divide that fight up. The real hero, though, was Lion with the rally, because honestly, that provided the level of sustain they needed to continue that fight and sort of drag it out. But look at Petal hitting the double kill stick on the back line.
Oh, that's nasty. Both supports gone in the blink of an eye. Oh my goodness. Oh, a little late props to Blue Sandwich, by the way, for that last engagement. That's yeah. Oh man, that one hurts. That one hurts. The Vikings are now just getting staggered out here. Ashton trying to punish Nuntype for their hubris and for the overextension. Even tossing in a pulse bomb and finds 2 of their own. What a revenge kill coming out of Ashton as they pick up the additional one on the Jukebox as well.
Also the support line. He did the exact same thing. Both of the Tracers murking their respective enemy support lines right there. And that's going to reset UTD, because that's the slowest part of your composition. So you might be able to engage fast, but they are going to take the time to regroup and establish control of the high ground.
I thought Jukebox was going to eat that too, and Ashton at the last moment flicks down onto the ground so it doesn't go into the kinetic grasp. Huge play, smart move. Blue Sandwich trying to transcend it up top, and it allows enough time for Opia to pick off Petal, but Blue Sandwich falls off of the castle right into some mines. Kashura's made a swap over to the Sombra, already 82% up to this EMP. Make sure to claim that lower mega, which can be really important for the attackers. And Max just has to try to roll away, gets booped off by Louis.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that was a called reset right there. They need to be careful and not lose bodies here, though, because they're running out of time. You've got maybe one more fight left here as Jukebox is pressing very aggressively.
And manages to find Darkrai, who's been so outstanding for this Viking squad in this map. Petal. Oh, yeah, just looping around to the backside. EMP at the ready. Nothing to protect against it, particularly if this is... strikes now. There it is, unleashed. Finds 3, but it doesn't find Lion. So the rally is out, but Kashur is still able to pick up 2 in the blink of an eye. That is disastrous as the overtime wick is burning. Vikings trying to fight a 4v6, which statistically has about a 5% chance of succeeding. Olo and Kashur both getting involved in the kill feed once again, and UTD will hold. The Comets didn't quite finish the map, but they're able to stall the Vikings out in the streets phase to put themselves on match point, leading the series 2-0.
Is that true? 5%?
5% in a 4v6. No, 20% in a 5v6, 5% in a 4v6 statistically.
Oh. Who comes up with that?
I don't know, and it's been a little while since I've heard it, so that stat may have adjusted over the past year.
I mean, I believe it.
That was a stat I heard.
It's a good stat.
Yeah,
it seems quite accurate. Anyway. Yeah, Jukebox, by the way, getting featured in the play of the game here. He was kind of like I said, the unspoken hero of that map. I mean, we saw a lot of high-flying action there coming out from Petal. We saw a lot of DPS play that from both sides, actually, that was really impactful. But Jukebox on that Sigma, especially on that first point defense, that aggressive positioning, and more importantly, his ability to stay alive in that aggressive positioning, the aggressioning right there, his aggressioning was allowing him to really put kind of a kink in every plan, because they have to deal with him first. They got drawn into trying to deal with him, and then just opened up so much for the rest of the team to get the angles that they needed to get into the back line. In the case of Petal, really, really solid play from the tank right there. I'd love to see it.
Oh, but solid stuff. 2-0 lead. UTD on match point. They're going to close it out to clean 3. We're going to find out after this break. When we return, it's Havana. We'll see you in a minute. A dominant start here for UTD as we head into map 3 of our opening series of the day. In Legends Division, it's I mean, these are the top 10 schools in the NECC. We're talking the best of the best, and right now UTD have certainly risen to the occasion.
Yeah, they certainly have, right? And they're proving themselves kind of to live up to their idea of being a top 10 Overwatch squad. They haven't looked particularly fussed here tonight, I would say. So far in this match, they've had a couple of moments, right, where we've seen the Vikings kind of battle back. Ashen in particular on the Tracer over there has made a couple of very big plays, tried to turn the tide, but just collectively as a whole, UTD has looked very composed, very organized, and very much the winning side. So the scoreline, very much what it should be.
Yep, and talking about map number 3, we are headed to Cuba, headed to Havana for our escort map of the day. So we're going to get some of those long sight lines. We'll see if the Tracer can still be a factor. Saw some decent hit scan come out from both sides. Darkrai really put up a great performance on that Soldier 76. Clearly has the technicality, has the aim skill to make those hit scans work. We'll see if it'll be enough. They are going to be starting off on defense once we get in here. So certainly a chance for them to set that bar once again.
You'll notice though that they, peeled off of that right away on the attack. They didn't try and bring Darkrai back around on the Soldier 76 simply because he wasn't going to be able to do the same thing that he had been doing on that, second point of Eichenwald, where he was really using the space, right, to punish. There was just not the space on the first point of Eichenwald. There are not enough areas for Soldier 76 to run around unnoticed, basically, which was what they were getting the majority of their value out of. Interesting enough, though, here, Bullskunk, the Vikings on the defense are showing us that rush sort of Maywall comp, McCassidy comp that we saw them run on Eichenwald to very limited success on their attack. We'll see if they can hold them at the doors. This is a perhaps informed play, but a risky play nonetheless. And they've already been bamboozled.
Yeah, the teleporting Bastion. Oh, and the Ice Wall just elevated Kashur's positioning. They're like, all right, I'll take a little bit of free high ground. Sure, you can bless me with that. And oh my goodness, Vikings did not see this one coming whatsoever. Just get absolutely smashed here in this first fight.
Oh, that's it. That's rough. I mean, that's the nature of the gamble, right? With the full court press. Good read there from UTD. I think that they were always intending to come out with a composition like this, but it's working to perfection. Now up on top of this balcony here, going to be almost impossible to unroot them from that spot, especially when you look at what Vikings have on their defensive side. This is not a composition for challenging that high ground.
Yeah, this is a lot of weight on Ashton's shoulders to try to not only break the shield of Louis, but to put enough pressure down on Kashur to where they're not getting the value out of the Bastion. And look at Ashton already taking a lot of damage early. Good Maywall does force Louis off of that high ground. Kashur, I believe, can just teleport back and forth at leisure, but it looks like they're sticking up top. No, okay, they have already teleported back down to the low ground. And Nuntype, oh no, Nuntype pulling out a shoe play, getting into the back line with an Ant Matrix, but unfortunately not having the same effect that we saw Shu have on this map in that legendary fight in the Countdown Cup. But there's Kashura with the take configuration. No, I spoke too soon. Nuntype picks up a pair as well. Make it 3.
They close in again, and you see once more how good UTD is at setting up these angles on that fight in particular. You saw Nuntype on an off angle over there with the window, just applying so much pressure. Then you have the Bastion on the other side in ult form. You only have so many resources to commit if you're Vikings. Darkrai had to use the wall to try and counteract the pressure coming out of Nuntype, which means they didn't have it for other things that they needed it for.
Oh, this is nasty. What an insane position. Just up on top of the distillery. On the stills themselves, rather. Darkrai's going to go ahead and try to invest a Blizzard, but you got Louis coming in with the hammer, smashing down and just unearthing the entirety of the Vikings.
To be honest with you, Bullskunk, there's something savage about compositions like this, right? We usually talk about, Bastion in kind of a joke context, right? Like he's a silly hero, he's a one trick, he's getting reworked, yada, yada, yada. But when you've already sort of run the table on a team, it's really hard to pick this lock. And, well, they're doing it because they got an early pick there. It was literally because I was saying that they couldn't do it, that they turned around and immediately did it. So that just goes to show you what I know.
I mean, it took an Ant Matrix and an Earth Shatter to make it happen. which kind of gives us a little bit back
Worth
on
it.
even playing field. Totally worth it. Oh, yeah. I mean, they
Worth
still have
it.
that sound barrier to work with.
Yep. If you got to break their momentum, that's the thing about the Bastion comps like that. If you can't break the momentum, if you can't actually shut it down, they'll just roll and roll and roll, especially when your team's already feeling a bit demoralized like that. So everything that they invested in that fight, 100% worth it, 100% necessary. Interesting, by the way, that Petal's come back out on the Genji here with a mate combo. That's a bit anti-typical.
Especially with, I mean, not even an Orisa, not to mention an Ana to kind of back it up or reinforce the blade. Sound barrier out a little bit early, and nobody with a clear advantage just yet. Trying to hold this top right high ground. Opia is going to unleash the Gravitic Flux, and Nuntype gets smashed down. Jukebox is going to fall as well, and we're talking another fight win here for the Vikings.
We are talking another fight win there. You know, they're feeling a little bit of, I think, resurged confidence after they broke that Bastion up. So that's good, and that's exactly what you want to see. Interesting that both of the Shimada bros are making an appearance here on the side of Vikings. So 2 Genjis in the lobby is an interesting choice indeed. I like that they're managing to control this high ground positioning as well, because it's really forcing UTD to take the fight to them. But already you can see UTD trying to set up different angles on the fight. This is what they've been so good at throughout all of these maps.
Pedals up onto the high ground. A little bit of a duel with Ashton and manages to get the job done. Quick pick, Max follows directly thereafter. That's 2 for Petal. Even gets the Immortality Field out, which means it's going to be a free blade. Nothing. Oh, it's actually Darkrai unleashing the blade, excuse me. But that gets shut down as Nuntype was able to keep the team alive long enough for Louis to smash him down. Hammer beats Katana in this situation, and UTD should finally get this card onto the castle. I guess Fortress,
yeah.
more accurately.
Yeah. It's is it Castillo? No, that's another map. Yeah, no, Fortress. Sure, we'll go.
Fortress.
Seafort is the technical term as an amplification matrix starts this fight off.
Woo!
Huge slam.
That's a good shatter, but unfortunately there's no follow-up to it. Nuntype still on their feet, able to get that final blow. The Ant Matrix was a little off kilter to really provide value on the back of the Earth Shatter. And now UTD are just starting to roll. Oh, it was so close.
Oh, no.
Petal slicing and dicing through what remains of the Vikings defense. That's a 4K.
No. Yeah, that's a really talented Genji player for you there. He just saw a field of sheep and just went full wolf mode. He might die here for it. No, he'll get back into cover. Look at how well, by the way, UTD supports this aggression.
Louis trying to work through this double shield. Has a little bit of shielding still left from that sound barrier, but it's fading quickly. Nuntype has to use the Immortality Field, but just the right time. That's 4 kills that light at the feed just before Nuntype goes down. And UTD can continue with this aggressive hold.
Aggressive hold on the attack.
Jukebox is over there just playing Galaga or whatever game that's supposed to be.
You know, it's so impressive. I'll talk about it a bit later because I think we're going to get immediately into another engagement. But the way they followed up on Petal was amazing.
Nice 3-person shatter, including Max. Lion is down super low. They can get that before the sound barrier comes out. This should be done and dusted. Ashton's going to try to release this Deadeye from the flank angle, but Jukebox is there. Gets hit, but has that self-destruct. Get back in mech, and there's no real loss of back of it. 5 players here for UTD as Kashir got taken out, but he's going to come back on a Doomfist. And this is all-out chaos inside the Sea Fort. And it is all red. The Comet's just decimating what is left. Lion has to use that sound barrier as a desperation measure to try to buy as much time as possible. But Petal unsheathes the sword, unleashes death onto Darkrai, and that is all that is needed to finish off the map.
Oh boy. Ouch. That hurt. That whole third bit hurt. It started off hurting when Max hit a really good shatter and there was nobody to follow it up, which is the absolute classic thing that happens to Reinhardt players everywhere. You hit this amazing shatter and the rest of your team is like, you what? But, you know, I was just going to talk about UTD and kind of how we can tell their quality. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no, because on that specific play, I think if they had gotten the Ant Matrix in coordination with the Shatter, that would have been an instant team wipe. I mean, a Fire Strike through that Ant Matrix, you get the Wind Scar going out into a team that's been full Earth Shattered. I mean, that's instant kills. That's 200 points of damage coming through on this massive hitbox of the Fire Strike. So it was just that one little uncoordinated moment that resulted in this whole thing happening. But I'm sorry to interrupt. Go on with your point.
No, it actually... Excellence. Yeah, it actually leads very well into what I was going to say. Oh, by the way, there was a blizzard in there. I guess that helped a little bit, but still the lack of follow-up was real. But the coordination aspect that you're talking about right there is very apparent on UTD. And I think the best example of it was when we saw Petal go in hard on the Genji with the blade, right? Get all those kills, basically just yeet his way through the entirety of the third point here. What did UTD do? They followed it up immediately. There was no hesitation. There was no waiting back at the cart. They left the one person behind that they needed, and the entire team came forward. Really shows kind of the strength and organization of the squad, where they are that in tuned and trust each other enough and are that on the ball to just immediately follow up DPS plays like that. You know what you need to do and you do it. It's really good.
Outstanding stuff, and now we're getting Kashur on the Genji with Petal pulling out the Widowmaker. We were hyping this up, and we finally get it. Blue Sandwich desperately. Not yet. And Max has gone down. Blue Sandwich doing a fantastic job of keeping Max alive as long as they did. Petal does finally show up in the feed, and that's a good one. Taking Ashton out of the fight. That's a large source of the damage gone. It's just Darkrai getting chased around by Louis, and the defense of the Comets holds.
I was waiting. There was going to be a payoff. You knew it was coming. Got 2 kills in that fight. Yeah, he got a baby diva Opia, and like you said, took out Ashton, who was the initial target, by the way. He like hunted him throughout all of that. Ashton actually making the swap here over to Tracer. So that's an interesting choice, switching over to this Ball Sigma composition for this attack.
That's going to put Max in the position of trying to deal with Petal. Unless Ashton can get like a surprise one clip before Petal can hook shot away, it's going to be very difficult to lock Petal down. Do have a little bit of a spread out defense. If you notice, Jukebox is on one side of the street with Louis on the other. So a bit of a split defense here as they're trying to surround main. Ashton, recognizing this, is going to force the right-hand side out, but Jukebox just unleashes a Gravitic Flux, and boom, everybody's dead.
Yep, that's like literally how it went. Gravitic Flux.
That is my job.
No, I know. No, I'm not knocking you. It's just,
I know. I'm teasing.
It was so brutally efficient.
It really was.
Speaking of, everybody dies. There you go.
Oh, and there's been great halts in both of these last engagements. Not to take anything away from Louis, it was a beautiful halt into that Gravitic Flux, a beautiful halt into that double kill for the blade from Kashur. And yeah, I mean, it really is that fast. That's how these fights are going. Just snap your fingers and boom, everybody dies.
It's like that D&D meme, rocks falls, everybody dies. It's just the team falls, everybody dies. It was absolutely savage. They haven't even really needed Petal's Widowmaker, to be honest. It's best serving them as a distraction and just enabling the rest of the team to absolutely go to town here on the Vikings, who are desperately trying to pick this lock and just finding no way to do it.
Well, and even just holding down sight lines, like the threat of Petal through main means Darkrai can't get in and do what they want to against the tanks. Look at that, immediately gets shot, has to duplicate a Baptiste just to stay alive from the threat of Petal as they try to push down Main Street, which means the tanks are free to do whatever they need to do. Louis did go a little bit low, but it's topped off, drops a supercharger, and this should be another fight win. The duplicate Ant Matrix isn't going to last long enough to have a big value.
No, it's not, but I mean, at least it bought him a little bit of breathing room, and it's given Max the opportunity to kind of roll through here, so maybe he can set up some team plays on the back side. I don't know, though. They've already lost. Okay, yeah, nope.
There might be a... No, never mind. Oh, Kashur's got another blade coming up. Jukebox coming up on another Flux, both of which have won fights single-handedly. We do have transit. We have support ults finally coming online with 30 seconds remaining. Vikings have to be really smart with these support ultimates. And they're already down 2. Lion doesn't even get a chance. The Transcendence comes out before the Gravitic Flux does its damage, just slightly too early. A little panicky as the clock is definitely against the Vikings. And once again, they're back in spawn.
Yeah, this is just a shellacking at this point in time. I mean, I don't really know what the Vikings can do. They've been pinned back at their spawn doors. Every advantage going in favor of UTD right now, and this is just the icing on the cake. The blade comes sailing down from above, tries to slice and dice the team, really just pinning him at the door. Ashton claps back, but what can he do?
Max was able to get the touch, but it's just Max on the point. And they know it. The Gravitic Flux is unleashed from Opia, trying to get out, but Darkrai can't get to the fight. And UTD just still all focused on the door. Opia 1 inside a duel with somebody. I honestly didn't catch. I think that was Jukebox in there. No, I don't know who Opia was dueling with. I guess no, it was Kashur, and they won that duel. Opia was down to absolutely nothing, 1 bar of health, and Ashton is popping off as well in the most dire of hours. Vikings managed to at least escape their spawn and finally put together an engagement win here on Havana.
Yeah, they do. Is it going to be enough, though? No, there's definitely going to be another fight in here, so they'll have to maintain throughout. Louis coming back on the Reinhardt, I think, just to add to the brawl power here. And Jukebox being down, though, that's giving him a little bit of an advantage. That's almost immediately canceled out there by Blue Sandwich getting picked early on.
Oh, and that's disastrous because Blue Sandwich needed to get that Transcendence online before this fight broke out. And now they're not going to have the opportunity. Max is gone. There's only half a team left for the Vikings. And here come UTD in full force. And that was quick and clean. UTD with the GGs in chat all around. Comets once again proving they are one of the top schools in collegiate Overwatch.
Where'd that Casher Doomfist come from? That's a tail end. I hadn't seen any of that throughout this entire match. Switches over it kind of as a point, touch play, and then just systematically kills each and every single member of the team. I mean, that's not going to take away from Petal's amazing play of the game right there, but kind of interesting. Kasher, we had not seen pretty much, well, I mean, he'd been involved, but we hadn't seen anything, I think, quite at that level where it was just 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill, all at different points of the map because Doomfist just moves so darn fast. So, geez, what a aggressive and just kind of dominant showing there from UTD at the tail end. It's probably inevitable that it was going to go that way, Jeff, because they had been beat up kind of across the the first 2 maps. It gets a little bit hard, right? The morale gets a little bit low, and UTD there was no mercy to be seen there, right? There was no letting up.
No, well, they're not. I mean, that's part of respect. Like, you're not going to come in and just like play part of your skill level. Like, you're not just gonna halfway do it. They come out with respect, which means they come out in full force, knowing that if they let off the gas for a little bit, the Vikings are a talented squad. We saw a lot of positive things come from them today, but it was the Comets who kept their foot on the gas, kept their eye on the target, and that was the result. The result was pretty much a shellacking, as you put it. It was pretty darn accurate.
Yeah, it was. And it's just, they weren't winning the group fights. The ult usage wasn't there. I mean, I think one of the stereotypical examples of how bad things were getting towards the end, Blue Sandwich comes out with the Transcendence, but the Genji blade is immediately online on the other side, right? They're just sitting on it, basically waiting to use it. You're forced to use the Transcendence. You talked about, I think it was the duplicate in there as well. That was another rough one. It's hard. I've been in that situation before, right? As a team, I'm sure you can sympathize where you're just kind of back to the wall. You're already a little bit down, and at your spawn doors, it's very difficult to play out of that situation. It would have taken a lot for a team to get out of that spot, and I don't think Vikings have anything to necessarily be ashamed of. I just think that UTD was that good today.
Agreed, and as we expected. So that is our Legends match in the books. Always a pleasure to cast our top 10 squads in NECC. Just a joy to watch. But we are going to move on. We're going to take a quick little intermission. When we return, we're headed to the Champions Division. We'll have MSOE Black taking on the SIUE Cougars. Hey, I got that one out. We'll see you back here in a minute.
I think I'm fine with all the trade-offs. Give it up, I need my time, I'm turning all my shit upside down. One time before you know it. Fall in love, I want it less, I know things. Ride her up, I think I'm fine with all the trade-offs. Give it up, I need my time, I'm turning all my shit upside down. One time before you know it. About to fall, I'm checking my co-star. Give me everything I can't hold now. If I called you now, are you open to waiting on me? I froze time, holding all your wishes, I'm falling. I don't know about nothing, but it's cold out. If you got to thinking, would it act out? I don't know. I'll leave you waiting. All the truth that's on my tin rush to my head again, like all of your walls come falling down. To me, I'll find a way. I'll leave your eyes just for a second or a minute, baby, just to quit it again. But I'll have all the sense to say don't know. No, I really don't know. And can you keep it up? Held to that shit like a promise. I wanna talk all my issues around and need to know it. Have you had enough? I'm not afraid of the answer. Give me a chance just to figure it out or let it go. I've been stuck in silence. I never got the vantage from these heights, and they turn it when I smile now. Told me way back when, if it feels good, then it feels good, give it up. I'll leave you waiting. All the truth that's on my tin rush to my head again, like all of your walls come falling down. To me, I'll find a way.
watching the Weather Channel, your most accurate and dependable source of weather information 24 hours a day.
Hey, good evening. You're watching the Weather Channel here on a Friday evening. Chief Weather Jeanetta Jones, and as we look out there, Jeanetta, look for the stormy weather.
I am drunk on the rooftop, baby. Touching stars in my mind. Spending life now without you, baby. It somehow doesn't feel right. I am drunk on the rooftop, baby. Touching stars in my mind. Spending life now without you, baby. It somehow doesn't feel right.
Shorty, I would never believe that you would ever leave me. 4 years, it's been me, you and us. I even went and bought your daddy a truck. And now my boys tease me, cause you be ducking when you see me. I lick a lemon juice with more honey. I'm about to get higher than normally. 420, how could you up and leave? You made it look so easy. How you wake up like enough is enough, like Transformers did to Shia LaBeouf. You got me in my feelings, trapped only you can free me. Now you stuck in my head every day. Na 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 replay.
I am drunk on the rooftop, baby. Touching stars in my mind. Spending life now without you, baby. It somehow doesn't feel right. I am drunk on the rooftop, baby. Touching stars in my mind. Spending life now without you, baby. It somehow doesn't feel right. I am drunk on the rooftop, baby. Touching stars in my mind. Spending life now without you, baby. It somehow doesn't feel right. I am drunk on the rooftop, baby. Touching stars.
We appreciate your patience through a little bit of an extended break, but we are back for our second series of the night. Heading over to the Champions Division here for our second series. Well, I mean, this one is going to be a mouthful. It's the Milwaukee School of Engineering taking on Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville.
Good job. Yeah, there's some long names there. They packing them vowels into those two. But yeah, champion Scion here for you today. Should be I guess a relatively interesting matchup. I mean, we looked at the records. Both teams had a week 1 loss, right? So still early days in the season. This is a good opportunity for one of these teams to bounce back into it. I don't know. Did we find anything regarding their performance last season as well? Because I was looking for them and I couldn't.
They're apparently both new. So we're just going to learn about it here together. Yeah, we're all just going to learn on the fly. Didn't see either of these teams on stream last week. So information is pretty limited on these new squads entering NECC. They are coming in the Champions Division. It is the highest division outside of the top 10, which is Legends. So, I mean, some fairly high-rated players. But I'm curious to see what they bring to the table. This is going to be a new experience for us all.
Yeah, that's exciting to see some new teams play, and a little bit of something at stake here as well. Coming off the losses, they're going to want to win. So let's take a look at the rosters for our respective teams for this matchup here as we get ready to go. First up on the list is the MSOE Raiders. Hey, they do have a mascot.
Yes.
We were trying to figure this out, and we could not find out if the Michigan School of Engineering had a mascot, but it is the Raiders now versus the Cougars. So there you go. A nice crossed red sword. So no issues with copyright infringement, but a relatively young squad across the board. It'll be Maisie coming in there, who will be kind of the oldest, most veteran player, and they are a DPS, so hopefully anchoring the lineup there for them, but mostly freshmen and sophomores here making up the heart of the lineup, which is always interesting because it shows a lot of long-term potential here, Bullskunk. So it'll be interesting to see how they come out early on here in their careers.
Very, very curious to see. And then looking on the other side, on the Southern Illinois University of Edwardsville, we're just going to call them the Cougars from here on in, just for time's sake. Well, I mean, looking at a similarly young squad, majority freshman and sophomore as well, with Reverb, who is also a DPS player, kind of being the senior of the bunch. Well, a junior in college, but you get my point, friends. You get my point. And so we'll be looking at Maisie versus Reverb. I think is kind of where our focus is going to draw, and see if they can lead the team to success here in week 2.
Yeah, a lot of undecided majors on the team. Hopefully, the lack of decision there does not carry over to game making. But I gotta be honest with you, Bullskunk. I love seeing new teams. I love seeing younger players, because you just never know. Inside each of these squads, right, is a potential gem here of someone who's really going to show up and shine. And a lot of these players probably haven't had their opportunity to really strut their stuff in these kind of large scale competitive environments. So always exciting to see that. Let's take a quick look at the map pool as well. It will be the same as our match earlier. For those of you who are joining us here specifically for this matchup, you will see it is a fixed map pool here in week 2, and we'll be starting on Ilios, one of my all-time favorite control maps.
Yep, Ilios is definitely a fan favorite and a personal favorite as well. I mean, we saw some interesting stuff here earlier. You know, we saw a little bit of double bubble. We saw a wrecking ball come out. A lot of viable options available to Ilios, and like I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, a good chance for us to kind of get a little micro sense of what our teams like to run because of the variety between the 3 submaps.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point. It is a very diverse set of submaps, which features, I think, a fair amount of Koth maps, but I don't think I can say it for every single one. Also note, our second map, Hybrid Eichenwald, it's a very good sort of proving ground, do or die sort of map. It was in our last match earlier today where I think we really saw, the victors of that clash, UTD, really emerge as the dominant team on that Hybrid map. So that's a do or die one for sure. And then rounding it out at the tail end with Escort. But looking ahead to Ilios here, we will start off on Well, and you can see those compositions coming out already. A little bit of different variety here, actually, from the 2 teams. I am fascinated by a pulled pork lineup here at the start, but a very, I would say, almost Well classic. Unfortunately, they'll switch off at the last second and go for the pure double shield, and then a straight sort of dive tank setup, but not necessarily dive DPS over there on MSOE.
Yeah, no, it's this is gonna be set up more like a Winston Rush comp. Not typically what we see in the Winston Rush comp. It's not, it's not quite 6-man, but very fast pace, and they're gonna look to just mow down and try to bulldoze, overwhelm this double shield composition. But they're gonna have to get past Thog and this Echo. Echo can output a lot of damage, particularly with Reverb on this Hanzo. That is just a massive amount of raw DPS available to the Cougars, and put on display immediately as both of the aforementioned DPS able to find some clutch picks in the Winston and the Lucio.
Yeah, it's good beam again there from Thog, taking down, I believe it's Ketty getting taken out of the fight early on, and no hesitation here at all from the Cougars, straight into the action and really focusing the damage, allowing Kurzak to just clean up 3 kills at the tail end, which is exactly the situation you want to be in here with this kind of Orisa-centric comp. It's actually forced to change from MSOE Black, but no room being given. They're right on top of him again.
I mean, it's such a tight choke, and you have to go up the stairs as well. Echo has the ability to find this kind of vantage point to just shoot all the way down towards the spawn, can loop around to the left if they want. A lot of viable options to kind of defend this choke now that the Cougars have control, and, well, 28% towards getting that cap. Lucky Owl does have ult online, duplicate available as well. A lot of tools in the bank. Pshaw, had the Deadeye available, but Thog was just right there in their face. That nice finish with the beam. Thog gets slept, is taking a quick little nap up there, and the anti-day does land on Nibbly, so it forces the Mercy to fall out of LOS. But here comes the duplicate. It's going to be a Sigma chosen to go in. It's going to be difficult to get this Gravitic Flux online if you're not landing those Hyperspheres. Going to drop around, looking for a little bit of the back line. All the while, teams picking up percentage. Now come a pair of Dragons just noodling through the ranks. The Gravitic Flux a touch late, not going to get that slam damage, but it's not going to matter. In the end, still kills lighten up the feed in favor of the Cougars.
I mean, how many times have you seen an Ilios well kind of go like this, where a team just establishes sort of dominance early on and then just never gives up the control of the stairs? They're going to have to maybe work their way around on their left. I think is probably the best thing that they can do here. Get out of the firing line of Reverb and Thog, who are just pumping damage down range. It's a very good kill, though, from Ramraz early on to take out one of the DPS and give them that man advantage.
Pretty darn important one, too. Is Reverb, obviously no damage fall off, pretty accurate with those arrows. And Matrix up from the Cougars to try to pull this thing back, but Thog goes down now as well. So it's a +2 momentarily. Reverb just now making it back into the fight. Thog gets res, so there you go. Cougars back at a full 6. And Lucky Owl giving them the player advantage. Ults out, Supercharger, namely, alongside that Guardian Angel, meant a ton of bonus damage for the entirety of the Cougars. But somehow they give up the flip in the entirety of this thing. A bit of a mistake, because at least throughout this fight, MSOE, the Raiders, are building up charge on the point, but with 99% on the other side, looks like it'll all be in vain at the end.
Well, I've been there as that Lucio, desperately trying to stall it out, using your sound barrier on just yourself. I don't think any of the members here from MSOE are going to be able to touch there, so the Raiders do go down. The Cougars take stage 1. You know, there's a couple of things I think that the Cougars are really struggling with. One is I just think the nature of the map, that if you do get hit that hard at the beginning, that the enemy team can move up and kind of hold you, not quite at your spawn doors, but on the approach to the point. It is very hard to break out of it, but Thog was kind of doing whatever they wanted right there on the Echo. I think that was a huge critical issue. And then just a couple of small coordination things. In particular, I was thinking about, you know, when they came storming in and things were going in their advantage, they fired off Ramraz's dragon across the point. It would have been really effective if they had been able to hit a grab pull. Like, just that little bit of combination, I think, would have helped them so much. But unfortunately, the coordination was just not there. And I think that the Cougars were more than happy to take advantage of that.
One thing I want to point out before we get into this is Keat and Maizy are both listed as DPS players. So perhaps, you know, playing roles that they're not terribly proficient in. I don't know if it was a need to fill the 6 or if there's some sort of, you know, this is a tactical move. But that might be leading to them looking a little bit more uncomfortable in this opening map on Ilios as we move over to Ruins. And that control point's about to unlock. Cougars are in full control. Reaver providing some nice sightline control. Opening kill does kind of kill, at least a DMEC. Going for MSOE, and yet the Raiders are going to give up first control. So the Cougars building percentage here as this engagement really breaks out into full form. Almost got that one clip onto Maizy. He's going to go ahead and turn attention onto Cordy. Thog not finding either, and the pilot diva of Pyrocat does fall. Pasha moves into the back to pick up another before taking a quick little cat nap. Still +1 to the Raiders, and they get control of the point.
Raiders pushing back really well here. Thog, I mean, trying to turn it around a little bit, but I'll be honest, they're missing the aerial dominance that was conveyed right there by the Echo, even though Thog is putting in very good work. And the amplification matrix coming out really early in this fight, so just covering sightlines here and slowing things down.
Yeah, and Thog was trying to stick around in this fight, but was just a little disjointed from the rest of the team. No backup. I mean, it really kind of taking matters into their own hands. And even if they gotten the kill, there's a res on the table. So Thog with a bit of an overcommitment, maybe got a little overzealous, and it's left the team down 1. It's going to be a duplicate onto the Reinhardt, my favorite duplicate target, and that's why. Look at that! 2 kills immediately in 2 presses of the mouse button. And there you go. They're going to get the bonus shatter online. Thog was able to dash out of there in time, but nevertheless, still a fight win for the Raiders.
They've swapped Reverb over into this Widowmaker role, and I kind of wonder if that's actually going to help them all that much, because realistically, the targets, I'm not sure that they're available. And, you know, if you're going to choose a counter for the Echo, yeah, Reverb will actually switch over to the Cassidy. I think that's a wise choice, all things considered. The alt bank, though, starting to favor the Cougars here, so they could have a pretty good fight in them if they use these correctly before MSOE starts theirs.
Thog, in fact, going to go and look for that pulse bomb. But the supports are just too elusive. And meanwhile, there's kills coming through the other way. As it's just it was self-destructed. A supercharger seemed to be all that the Raiders needed to maintain control. And now they've crossed the 90% mark.
They have to get a touch, and they have to get their ults out of the bank. Nibley won't get in there, Bullskunk, and that's tragic. That might not do it, and they lose. Oh, no, that's unfortunate. To end the map with 3 ults in the bank, nearly 4, is really rough.
And that, I mean, it's kind of indicative of just not being proactive with your play, not having a solid game plan. Between every team fight, you should be discussing how are we going to approach this fight? How are we going to get this nano boost onto the Reinhardt so that Kurzak can get in a good position to shatter? And you've got to be proactive with it. You got to be aggressive with it because, yeah, falling with half your team's ultimates still online, and that's how you go back to spawn and end the round. Not ideal, clearly.
Yeah, conventional wisdom kind of dictates, Jeff, right? Whoever ults first usually wins, right? That's for most ults. You can maybe make an argument that some of the support ults are better when they're used reactively. But, you know, it's genuinely conventional wisdom that who ults first wins, and nothing about that last map didn't back that conventional wisdom up, as Pasha gets to work already from those high angles.
Only real change I'm noticing here so far is Thaw going over to the Cassidy role from Reverb, and Reverb picking up the May, so a little bit of the brawl coming out. And with having control, Cougar is going to be very difficult to dislodge with those 2 DPS. Anybody that steps in has to be extremely wary of that May wall, particularly Shrill on this Reinhardt. May can be just the absolute worst enemy of any Reinhardt player. Nice wall. Actually protected a pin. That was a cool little move there from Reverb and Kurzak. Nice little set play. Unfortunately did not result in anything, but I like the idea behind it. 1 pickup for Pasha, and the Valkyrie used to damage boost everybody. And here comes the Raiders trying to steal this thing back. Picking up 1, but they lose Shrill along the way. Nano boost invested onto Kurzak, who now has Shatter online, has Shrill off the battlefield. But there you go. Nice move from Mizey, and Shrill is right back in this fight. 95% to an Earth Shatter there. Oh, that Shatter comes down, and Shrill is back on the ground once again. Reverb throws the Blizzard in. A lot of ults invested, as a matter of fact, from Cougars, but hey, they do get rewarded by maintaining control.
Yeah, and you made a really good point about how hard it is to dislodge the Cougars from their current position. I mean, just look at the sheer number of kind of CC stun options they have packed in there. Now, 4 ults coming online here for MSOE. If you're ever going to break them, this has got to be it. And what you're really looking for is a huge duplicate, a huge shatter, or a really well-placed bomb. And if you can get any kind of combo of those 3 ults together, you're almost certainly going to win this fight. But look at this, Reverb caught looking. They're going to actually push out and back him up.
Nice. The Shatter does make it through. Finds 3. The duplicate in there. Another Shatter about to come out, and that's massive. Just laying waste to the Cougars. Well executed combo indeed does come through, and it was all 3 of those ults you mentioned, Corbeck.
See, that was the problem, though. I mean, they were used, perhaps not in the way I expected. Them coming out there to take the fight sort of surrendered the initiative a little bit and surrendered some of their defensive position because they were in the open. And when they were in the open trying to back up, that set up the Shatter, though a really good early kill there on Maisie is going to deprive a key support from this fight early on.
I mean, it can essentially be a 2-in-1 denying the res, but here come to the other direction. 4v4 left on this objective as Pyro kind of unleashes the self-destruct, trying to buy some space. Almost grabbing the point. The Raiders make it back into the objective just in the nick of time, and it's going to be a reset from the Cougars.
I was just about to say, I really wish that Ramrens had used the tack visor right there, but in the end, holding on to it actually turned out to be the wise decision. So a good hold, and I like this early aggression. This is again sort of dictating the tempo at which MSOE want to take this fight and not giving the Cougars a lot of opportunity to sort of get the regroup they need. Now you're coming into a relatively equal ult economy fight, and Thog has already turned the balance in your favor by killing Maisie early on.
I still think they gotta wait for Lucky Owl to get back in this thing, though. Lucky Owl got picked way before the engagement started. They're gonna need their Ana. Blizzard out over the objective, and there it is. Lucky Owl back with a vengeance, finding the other support that was standing for the Raiders, and MSOE Black lose control. Approaching one last chance to take this objective.
Yeah, they're getting very much into last fight territory here. Maisie has to stay alive.
No!
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate death because that's going to delay everything. And again, Maisie's kind of the odd person out there on support, and that's been a serious issue here across this Lighthouse map.
And they can't wait. They don't have the luxury of being patient. 99% in time is working against the Raiders. They have to push in regardless. Shadow comes down and Nibley's out of the fight, but Nano Boost is thrown in onto Thog of all people. An Electric Cowboy. I haven't seen that one in a hot minute, but I like it, and it resulted in a good kill. Able to deny Keith from getting back in mech, and the Cougars. Hard-fought victory. Went down to our final sub-map, but in the end, they take it and take a 1-0 lead in the series while they're at it.
Yeah, good effort from the Cougars right there. And it felt a lot like many of your stereotypical sort of lighthouse map where the team that gets the initial kind of lock in and then sort of sets up the defense usually has a pretty big advantage. That said, I mean, I love this bit of play that we saw from them. This particular 3-ult combo that you're seeing in this play of the game was so well executed. Everything went exactly the way it was supposed to do. If they can replicate that a couple more times and maybe take it down to a 2-ult combo to get a similar result, then I think they're in a really good stead. But it was a challenging series of maps, I think, for both teams right there. That was a close one.
That was a very close match. I mean, that basically went down to final fight.
Yeah.
There might have been a chance for the Cougars to come back in and get one more retake. I mean, the Raiders were at what, like 78% or so.
Yeah,
but it would have been close. It would have been close.
Yeah, I think the person that we probably have to talk about a little bit, though, and I don't, I'm not going to put onus on any one player. Overwatch is a team game, right? There are 6 people out there for now, soon to be 5, but there are 6 people out there right now. The person, though, I think who has had the worst impact on that lighthouse map was Maisie, just dying out of sync and early in a lot of those fights. And it might be that they're a DPS player who's been put on to support. And as much as every other role wants to think that every other role is very easy to do, right? Staying alive as a support in higher levels of play is a gift in and of itself, right? Like, not getting killed is part of the challenge of playing support, and you just can't be losing one of your central healers at the start of fights. It's a recipe for disaster. Unfortunately, that happened, I think, 3 times on that lighthouse map, and each time when they went into the fight, they lost.
And particularly, I mean, it was very well put. And particularly the Mercy, who taken that res is like the big value on the Mercy. Yep. I mean, being able to damage boost and support an aerial character like the Echo is very strong, no doubt. But it's that res is where that primary value comes from. So keep dying in the very beginning of those fights, disastrous move. I mean, in all fairness, good props to Cougars for their priority targeting and being able to pick Keat off when they were out of position. But, Perhaps it was the off-rolling, or I mean, not intentional off-rolling, but not playing their most comfortable role from the information we've been given, at least, could have been a big factor in that.
Yeah, I just, as someone who spent the majority of their time, their Overwatch career, whatever you want to call it, playing support at a higher level of gameplay, right? Like, it's the kind of thing that you don't even think about when you really look at the role from the outside. But when you sort of get into it, it really becomes, just surviving becomes a huge part of your focus. It's almost, I almost can't overstate how critical it is to effective play. So maybe something to that. I mean, at the end of the day, though, like I said, it's a team game, right? There were definitely some things that I think both teams needed to work on a little bit, but the Cougars showing us, I think, some very solid coordination and kind of just always on point, Bullskunk, to take advantage of the situations that were given unto them. And I think that was their largest, unfortunately, I hate to say the word again, but I think that was their largest advantage, is every time that space was given to them, every time an opportunity was delivered, they pretty much always capitalized on it.
And that was the difference maker. I mean, it was those mistakes, those little mistakes. And that's the sign of a great team. Like, they recognize the mistakes and they do capitalize and take advantage of the missteps of their opponents. Now, I would like to see you forcing mistakes is kind of the next level of that. Like, not just waiting for the opponent to make a mistake, but going in and forcing those opportunities. That's the next level up from these teams to really grow and become a better squad.
That's like the dream, right? That's like how you're getting into like high level Overwatch, is you start trying to force your teammates to make mistakes. They're trying to do the same thing to you, and it all becomes very like, before you know it, you're a goats meta and you're having to time your individual Lucio amps to specific key moments and stuff, and you're just like, oh, I used it half a second too early, and now we're gonna lose the fight. I already know it. It's all academic, but we're moving on to Eichenwald. It's a different style of map, right? It forces organization upon you as a defender, as an attacker, because of the way it is structured. I think that's good, probably very good for MSOE, because I think they can use a little bit of that structure. It's also going to be a little bit harder for them to get, stonewalled, kind of like they were on that first Ilios map, right? It's much more difficult to do that on Eichenwald. So that's good. The one thing that I would genuinely be concerned about if I was on the side of MSOE is the really good performance we saw from Echo, just from Flyers in general. They didn't seem to have a very good answer to that. Now, when Pasha switched over onto the Echo, they had a similar level of success. So I think that reveals to both teams that there's a weakness that can be probed a little bit right there on a very flyer-friendly map, which is Eichenwald.
Oh, yeah, very flyer-friendly indeed, particularly the Echo. Pharah is viable, at least on point A. Not as much place to hide on point B and no room to work in point C. But Echo is strong through the entire map.
Echo is strong through every map. But
you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Where's Echo not strong? Oh my god, it used to be worse.
Maybe Control Center. Like I'm thinking, like the most like Reinhardt-centric map out there. Like that might be, and that's still a maybe, right?
The most enclosed spaces possible,
yes, the
with the least ability to escape. Yeah, no, that's very fair. But yeah, it's something that I really think they should both consider and take advantage of. Is just what they had coming out with those Flyers. And I actually think that part of the reason that the Cougars struggled on Ruins was because they swapped away from the Flyer. They tried the Tracer instead, and you could definitely see that Thog was getting value out of the Tracer, was being a nuisance, but it didn't feel as impactful as what they were able to do on the Echo. So that's something that I think that they should definitely consider bringing back to the fold here as we sort of look ahead to Eichenwald.
And I'm very curious to see if we heard that there might be some role swapping going in. We do have a few flex players, and we saw a lot of flexing coming out from the Raiders before, but it looks like everybody is staying with their designated roles. Double checking, triple checking my notes here. And yes, it was same squads, same roles. Shout out to our people getting them in order this time around. Helps me a lot. I know it helps the viewers to kind of keep track of things, so definitely appreciate that. And it's kind of an interesting comp coming out for the defense. I'm not even going to touch on what's going on in the offense right now. I don't even know what's going on over there. But this defense, bringing out the Mei and the Hanzo, not a combination you see very often.
No, it almost has kind of shades of a poke composition, but you want that Mei to be able to get in close, and you want that wall to be able to cut off. So we'll see how they use it. I'm not going to rule it out just yet, but already they're going to have a challenge here because Reverb is on that Widowmaker, and that's going to make life very difficult indeed if they can find good sightlines.
I think the Raiders need to focus down Kurzak. You've got a lot of shield break and that wall to isolate the Reinhardt. If they can get Kurzak out of these fights early, definitely a win con for the Raiders to hold on this defense. Nice kiting so far. They're just backing away from the aggression, and they punish Thog for overextending after finding a little bit of cover. That was a great set of focus fire coming out. There it is. The wall is up. The freeze is there. Kurzak is going low, is somehow still alive in this. Pyrocat had to come and defend him, use their mech to do so. The shatter gets blocked, but the Cougars still are not going to win out this fight.
Big anti-nades, by the way, being hit by Lucky Owl, who's already at their nano here, which just, I think, goes to show how much healing was required in that match. But the reason that Kurzak was able to survive for so long right there is right when things looked their darkest, when that Mei wall came up, Lucky Owl hit an absolutely massive anti-nade and just made the entire team of MSOE play very cautious indeed.
Thog all the way in the back. Managed to pick off Ramirez after they swapped over to the Cassidy. Thog got the initial kill onto the Hanzo as well, so just making life difficult back there. Turns into a 5v5 up front, but Pasha's been able to pick up a couple kills on this Mei and really slowing down what the Cougars are wanting to do. Thog trying to get a bit of a solo effort in there, but whiffs the pulse bomb and then gets hit in the head with a hammer.
Yeah, they're still, pushing the engage here a little bit, but I think we're going to see the Cougars back off and get the regroup. That last Mei wall feels a little bit dulcitory, honestly. It was just kind of thrown in there as an afterthought. Interesting that Reverb is on the Mei now as well, so running the Micacity and just trying to kind of push it up the gut, almost kind of as a hard counter to or a hard response, I should say, of what MSOE Black is running is very interesting. But the addition of the Nano Boost here should be the key difference maker.
I like to call this one the Ice Cold now. Huge blizzard as well. Sound barrier's out. Kurzak gets the nano, and Black can't follow up. The Raiders can't follow up on Pasha's beautiful Blizzard. It caught almost everybody, but the supports from the Cougars just too good and absolutely coming in clutch to keep the Cougars in this fight.
Interesting that Thog made that shift over to the Cassidy as well. It genuinely seemed to have worked out. But again, I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight the great play that's coming out from Lucky Owl here. The anti-nades have been so on point at such critical moments. And the nano boost, I mean, when you think about where Lucky Owl's positioning was at the start of that fight, that was such a well-applied anti-nade and nano boost right there to absolutely turn the course of that fight. It's really, really solid on a play. Like, genuinely impressive.
And speaking of positioning, it's going to be oh so important here for Streets Face. The pathing of a Reinhardt competition through the streets of Eichenwald is extremely, important. It's prevalent. It determines win or loss, and I think just trying to muscle this thing around the corner isn't quite going to cut it. Now that Blizzard might be the ticket, trying to come through. Shrill goes down. No chance of using the Earth Shatter, and the Deadeye picks up a pair. So after Thog's three-piece on the back of a beautiful Blizzard, the Cougars are able to just punch it right up the gut.
Yeah, Thog gets the glory, right? Like, Thog gets the glory there because he's in the kill feed. But again, it was a huge pair of kind of supporting plays. They really well orchestrated Blizzard and then a perfectly thrown anti-nade to allow them to just take Shrill out of the fight early on and prevent him from getting involved at all. That's what broke the back here. So good coordination coming out of the Cougars side.
Shrill does have this shatter for the next fight. Looking for an opening, waiting. The mind games of the Reinhardt are so real. A lot of pressure onto that shield. You can see it cracking, and the hammer comes down, but no! Kurzak flashes the shield at just the right time. The wall is up, preventing much follow-up, and now Kurzak has a shatter of their own, and that one lands true. Finds three in the back, and Shrill's immediately just plastered against the walls of the castle. This cart is going to beat down this door momentarily.
You can't turn your back to the other Reinhardt. It's just unfortunate, but no matter how much damage you're sustaining, as long as you're still alive and you're still potentially blocking the shatter, you can't give up that kind of opportunity, and that's exactly what happened right there. Still, the ult bank's relatively equal here as we push up. Something needs to come out of the side of MSOE to really turn this around, as the high noon is invested to no avail.
The ice wall was used as well. This is Raiders' chance. So we need to push in. They have the tools to do it. The Matrix is going to be the first of those used to try to clap back here inside the castle. But here comes another Blizzard. This one out a little bit in front of the pack. And Reverb has to use both the ice block and the main wall just to survive. So a lot of resources out, and the Raiders know it. They're pushing forward, using a self-destruct to buy some space and isolate somebody on the Thog on that left-hand side. But look at this, Lucky Owl coming through in clutch again. Now, Shrill will get revived, but that kept Thog alive through this fight. And now, I mean, there's Nano ready to go. Rez is off the table. This is a good position for the Cougars, especially with that opening kill onto Pasha.
They attempt to shatter here from Shrill, and the push comes up almost immediately. Shrill just swinging away from the fences. The tac visor coming out late in this is just, unfortunately, I'd say rather mistimed. And look at this, the Nano coming back the other way, and the kill feed just going entirely in favor of the Cougars.
Yeah, that's the big Omnic Butler making their appearance on the battlefield. Immediately slept. Lucky Owl continues to impress me throughout the entirety of this series. It's just been absolutely fantastic. Been holding this nano boost for just the right time. Sound barrier out, and nobody's going to contest. All right. I think it may have been Reverb blocking people on the left-hand side. Like, I don't want to blame the Raiders for that. I'm gonna give that to the Cougars as just doing a good job of blocking the doors. That's how we're gonna call that. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't quite see exactly what happened, but I was certainly expecting a contest from the Raiders.
Here's what it is, honestly. The entire tenor, especially of that last stage, but earlier on as well, just ults. Like, it's just a difference in ults. I feel we've seen a couple of amplification matrix that came out of MSOE Black. None of them were effective. I don't think any of them really showed us like a ton of value to be gained, which is a shame because it's an ult that charges fast and it can be a very impactful ult. But there was just never any follow-up. No matter where Corey was kind of throwing them, there was never any follow-up. I mean, you had an excellent combo right there on the third stage. Ramraz has the TAC advisor alive. Corey throws down the amplification matrix right in front of the enemy team, and Ramraz just holds the TAC visor, or they hold the Bob. In that entire third phase, if they had just been a little bit more done what they did last point, which was be more aggressive with their ults, I think it would have, or last map, I should say, it would have made a huge difference, but they were so kind of touchy about using them that by the time that the attack visor actually came out, it was pretty ineffective. And you could say the same thing about the Bob. It was held for so long, and unfortunately, Pasha died, I think, right when they were about to use it, that it was just really ineffective. So they have got to clean that up. Like, if they can clean that up, I think these fights are going to feel a lot closer.
And that all comes down to comms. I mean, something they can learn and improve on moving forward. Again, both of these teams new to NECC, and not entirely sure how much competition they have under their belt. Very, young squads, a lot of freshmen playing for both of our squads here. So definitely some experience to be gained, valuable experience from everybody.
Good early kill.
Ramoraz with a good opening pick here, as they're sticking with this Soldier 76. A lot of mobility, a little bit extra healing available to them. Trill might need it, going in deep and taking a lot of damage. And Macy falls early yet again. A trend we saw pop up time and time again on Ilios, and an amazing opening pick for Thog and the rest of the Cougars as the Raiders are trying to make their way onto this objective, but the Cougars aren't giving up hardly any room to work. Pasha tried to rain down some rockets from above, but the Cougars don't seem to even really mind. They're keeping their attention focused on the front line. Corging's going to go ahead and drop this Matrix. Pasha's antied super low. It's going to get taken out by Lucky Owl. The skies have been cleared as a mama proves her dominance over the daughter. And while the res is happening, Kurzak just cleans up the rest of the fight.
Oh, should have really been a fight win for MSOE. Everything was going their way. They got a spectacular opening kill right there to take the May out of contention, which just means so much CC, and the threat of the wall is off the board. You had Pasha above on the Farah. It just seemed uncontested there for a little while. They were firing on all cylinders for a second. They even had a good amplification matrix spot down, and then they sort of just got split up, and they were never really able to recover from that. So that's one that they're, desperately going to win back, I think, in the long run.
It's going to be support ults versus an Earth Shatter here. Shrill's not even getting a chance to use it. Never mind. That's it. 2 down, and this fight is just pretty much done.
It's funny. I was just thinking to myself right there, when he was looking up the stairs at Kurzak sitting there with only a May behind him, just charge, dude. There's nobody's gonna, they're already shooting you in the back if you're looking to that direction. Just charge. And Shrill, unfortunately, was the one who did it first, and the end result was, well, he died. And now the Cougars are sitting on 5 ults to 2 to 3, I guess, coming out from MSOE Black with less than 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the game, and this is not looking good for MSOE.
No, they need to get this coordination. Looking for that ult coordination you were talking about. That's a 5-player shatter. Maisie immediately decimated. That was absolutely awesome. God, I love a good Earth Shatter, and that one was spectacular.
Ooh, but a misplay, Bulls Conquer on the side of Cougars. They threw 4 of their 5 ults into that. They didn't need to throw 4 of their 5 into that. They had 1. They literally won off 1 shatter. They could have held on to all of those. So that's given a big advantage now to the side of MSOE because they have 4 to use here.
It's going to be the Valk coming out first from the attacking team. The Deadeye finds Maisie again! Mid-Valkyrie, and a big Bionate into the back allows Reverb to take Corgi down as well. No Hell Station, no regenerative healing is going to help you in that situation, Corgi. And this is Lucky Owl coming up huge yet again. You're talking about Lucky Owl used that ultimate in the last fight. They're already 60% to another one, 65.
They've been charging them faster than you can blink, but this is desperation territory here, and all these losses from MSOE early on are really slowing their roll.
Yeah, this is going to be a broken fight at best. Decent shatter. And the attack visor, okay, it's a +2 right now, and no main tank available as MSOE Black comes storming on this objective, throwing the Ant Matrix down way in the back. Probably should have saved that from moving on to the objective. Corgi getting apparently a little anxious there. And there's still people back there. Oh, the raid boss is in. You've got a Nano Nibbly, and they are mowing through the pack. Just maze to the face of everybody on the defense. And despite the wonderful start in that final engagement, the Raiders cannot hold on. Cougars moving up to match point.
Man, that's rough. If you're on the side of MSOE, you did everything that you needed to do there in the last closing seconds, right? Up until a certain point, you broke through the arch. By the way, that's just a nasty shatter. I wish they hadn't thrown everything in the kitchen sink on the tail end of it, but it was still really good. Anyway, you did everything that you needed to do to break through the gate. And that was when the mistakes started happening. Unfortunately, I think they were so eager, they were so desperate even to get to the point that they split the team. That was one thing. They threw the ult at the wrong time, and they didn't secure those kills in the back line. Because what happened when they split the team was that, well, okay, now you're in an unfair fight behind you. And it's kind of like everybody has to go or nobody goes. Because if you split like that, you're just going to get rolled by the reinforcements. So a rough map, I think, there from MSOE Black. But a lot, I think, if you're an enterprising esports team on the rise, you're trying to learn about the game, there is a lot to be learned right there in what went down across Eichenwald.
Well, we're going to give our teams a couple minutes to discuss what went wrong or what they did right. We're going to a short intermission. When we come back, we'll head to Havana and we'll see you on the other side. Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville up 2-0 at the half after a big hold on Eichenwald. What a stop.
It was a stop. They played really well on that first point, and even when it looked like they were about to lose right there, Bullskunk, they rocketed it back in. They did exactly what they needed to do, and the remaining players who were left on the defense fulfilled their obligations to a T. So you can't ask for a much better performance right there. But like I said, a good learning opportunity for both those teams, but in for particularly for MSOE Black. I don't know if those lessons are going to be able to be applied after a 4-minute break. I don't know if that's enough time to synthesize and analyze and apply, but hopefully there's something to be gained out of all of that.
Well, and the good news for them is that it's a fairly lengthy season. It's early. We're only in week 2, so that they may have time to apply those later down the road. But first things first, you're absolutely correct. We're got to get right into map number 3, and you've got the Milwaukee School of Engineering staring down the barrel of match point right now. So the Raiders need to make a change, and I mean, if they want to win this series, they're going to have to do it immediately.
Yeah, they are going to have to do it immediately. They will have to put in a good performance here on Havana. They get the side choice, if I remember correctly, so that's an advantage to them as well. It's going to be deciding. It's the way in which some maps sometimes run, right? Sometimes just maps are really comfortable for you, and unfortunately I feel like for a lot of teams, Havana remains, despite having been in the game for like 2 years now, it remains an uncomfortable map in a lot of ways. So if there's like a composition that you feel comfortable running here and you're really confident in your ability to use it, that's great. If you're not, I think this is a difficult map to be your kind of back to the wall map, right? Because if you don't have a really lockdown good hit scan player, the kind of Ash or the Widowmaker or whatever, that's not so much of an option, but clearly they think that they do, because their reverb is coming out here on the side of MSOE Black, and Pasha, well, they're already bodied there on the side of on the side of MSOE Black. Sorry, I got my sides confused for a second.
But interestingly enough, despite having the Reinhardt comp, the Raiders don't look like they were trying to go for the close hold. Just given the situation when we saw Shrill up on the high ground, and that's 99% of the time. You see a Reinhardt on Havana defense, you want to hold right at the gas station. And the reason for that is so you can get yourself a second engagement here on the back. As it stands, Cougars win one fight, and they're just going to march their way right into the distillery.
Some people do kind of maintain this idea that you can kind of use the Reinhardt shield for those long holds because it recharges a little bit faster. I don't know. It's never really been a theory that I've bought much into, but clearly the Cougars are just applying a ton of pressure right here and just driving MSOE back inch by bloody inch. And look at that hook. Ooh. Oh my.
That was nice. Oh, and look at that shot as well, right between the eyes. We saw some shades of Reverb's Widowmaker back on Ruins, but didn't last long. Here, they are clearly finding much more success. Had a good pick there on the first engagement, and a stellar one right there to boot. And look at all this control they have, Corbeck.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of control. Reverb seems pretty much unchallengeable, and Maisie's dead at the start again. Oh, here's a little bit pushback, though.
As Pyrocat got in a little too deep, bit off more than they could chew. But Pasha goes down once more, and these are Widow shots through an Ant Matrix. That's nasty. Dogs down on the low ground, cleaning up. But Nano onto Shrill. Black trying to get back into this thing, and they need Shrill to do something with this Nano. They're just standing there's nobody there. The targets for the Cougars all scatter beautifully and don't allow any easy picks for Shrill. And now the main tank off the battlefield, the rest of the team scrambling to try to get something going. Look how far spread out they are. They're all over the place.
Yeah, there's just no coherency at all on the side of MSOE Black. They are getting run here on Havana. 5 minutes and 30 seconds as they come into the final point, and they're still disorganized. They're still getting mangled. Look at how far ahead Shrill is compared to the rest of the squad.
Well, that's a lesson learned, as Shrill is now way behind the squad, counting down a respawn timer. Good news for the defense of the Raiders. They do have some ults online to try to stabilize, and the Fortress is one of the best places to make it happen.
It is a fortress, after all, so, you can set it up there. Fair. Look at this aggression, though. Pasha's already dead. Oh, my lord. And they're in the fort! Look out!
Oh, my gosh. There's a traitor amongst you. Pyrocat sus in there and just getting kills onto Corgi. Uh-oh, Pyrocat's in a bit of trouble there, though. Doesn't eventually get punished for the hubris. I like the flank going on the other side. Take a look at where Lucky Owl and Thog are sitting. They're able to put a lot of pressure down, and this is just keeping the Raiders on the back foot and a little bit uncomfortable.
It's very similar to the HOT we saw earlier, where you just, don't give them any room to breathe. You just keep constant pressure applied on them. The screws never untighten. And Keith's out of position right here, desperately needs to get back to healing, or they will lose that mech.
Pasha finally gets some revenge. I think this is a 1-4 in that little head-to-head duel. Does eventually get taken out as Enforcer gets some payback. Here comes Thog, Tac Visor from the outside, looking for the mercy. Keat goes down early. Another squishy target up top. Down low, Shrill is low, Nano Boost is late. No, it's on to Pasha. Corgi does manage to get it out, but, maybe too little too late. As Pasha just sprints out to their death, and this is going to be a monstrous time bank.
Yeah, it's gonna be really bad. Oh, goodbye, Maisie. The Swiss space program in fine form right there. Go rocketing across the map, and that's the end of that. And okay, yeah,
right.
It's funny, Bullskunk, because during the break we were talking about what situations is TacVisor actually good in, because we both agreed it's a relatively ineffective ult, and I was like, you got to get around the flank, and maybe everybody's just really vulnerable with no blocking. And then I love that on Havana they gave us the situation which is probably going to be one of the most effective TacVisors, where you're getting a pocket transcendence
Yes!
into the back of the unprepared enemy team off of flank, where the only thing that would have made that any better was either an amplification matrix or emergency damage boost to give you the most ideal conditions on which to unleash attack visor. It's just really funny. I was like, this is ridiculous.
I'm dying over here. That's not a sentence I ever thought I'd hear anybody say. She had the flanking attack visor with a pocket transcendence.
This is ridiculous.
That's ludicrous, friends. That's ludicrous.
It really is. And unfortunately, I don't really know what to say about MSOE Black. I like to talk about psychology so much because, it's a thing. It really is a thing for, people
the
who
mental is so important.
Yeah. These guys aren't pros, right? They don't spend every hour of every day playing Overwatch, inuring themselves to the ups and downs of the game. So sometimes it's really hard, as somebody who's been on that kind of amateur organized play track, when things go bad, it's really hard to bring a team back together. And that's the vibes I'm getting right now off the side of MSOE Black. They just look like their squad, it's broken a little bit, and it's really, really hard to recover from that situation.
And what happens, when you get demoralized, comms start going to nothing.
Yep.
Everybody starts getting quiet, and nobody's really communicating, which means your focus fire isn't there. Your rotations aren't solid and together. Hey, but something like that right there can be all the difference. Pasha trying to bring some morale back to this squad, winning that Widowmaker duel. And in a very interesting setup, we saw the Cougars trying to hold up close with the pulled port composition. The oink and yoink is another favorite of mine.
Oh, wow. I don't know about that. That sounds dirty.
Whoa.
Sorry,
Why'd you have to make it weird? Why'd you have to make it weird?
You said oink and yoink. Don't come at me for this. But no, you're right. It is an attempt right there at that kind of close hold, bull skunk, but it just doesn't work very well. Though they have to know that Pyrocat's still behind him, right? They know that. Shrill looks like they're scared.
Here comes Pyrocat. Oh, that's a big Bionade. You can't heal. Just trying to run. Nope, you're still purple, Pyrocat. You got a little bit off the back of that. Maybe just using some of that damage mitigation to help survive. While Thog also managed to pick up a nice flank, but Courtney gets rezzed, and this broken fight is actually going in favor of the Raiders.
It is, and they're doing a good job of digging their heels in here and pushing back. Unfortunately, their momentum does get killed just a little bit right here, but they're able to regroup, and I think that's going to be absolutely critical. The most important thing is that Pasha really seems to be doing very well on the Widowmaker, which is something that they didn't really experiment with. And look, he's won the duel against Reverb again. I wonder if they should have just had Pasha on Widowmaker the entire time to win this fight.
I mean, can't help but wonder, because definitely successful on the attack. Shrill needs to get into this fight, needs to get aggressive. Throw a shield down on the other side of Enforcer's shield. Force them back. You've got to take some space right now if you are the Raiders. MSOE look too tentative when they've got room to work. Cougars are giving them a lot of space, and they're not really taking it. Perhaps because the threat of Pyrocat on that Roadhog. Oh, then Thog is going to come through. And finally, the aggression. The Cougars just decide they're going to be the ones to press the issue. They move in. Everybody just starting to surround the remaining members of MSOE. And it's going to be a defensive hold for the Cougars.
But okay, so there's a really good thing to build off of here, Bullskin, because you mentioned it yourself. They weren't taking the space. They were going really slowly. What just happened right there with the Cougars getting around them like that, that's the end result of not moving fast enough, is you give your opponent so much time to react that they just completely surround you. To quote the game Sekiro, right? Hesitation is defeat. And that's exactly what happened, and it's not boding well here because that is a rough start.
Thog was way back behind him. Look where Thog died. Thog died at their spawn. Oh my goodness. Thog had been hiding in the cigar shop to drop that tack visor and managed to get enough work done that I'm not sure that MSOE are going to be able to pull themselves back from it. Now, they're certainly trying. Pyrocat managed to get a good pick, though, before taking a quick nap. And MSOE Black are in trouble.
They are, and they're just getting shoved around here in the post office and getting held up. They're dying out of sync with one another as well, which is just going to make the regroup in these final 20 seconds even harder, as once again you see Reverb going up for snipes. And how long are they going to deny it? Shrill's dead as well. So 10 seconds left here, Bullskunk, and this is about as desperate as you're ever going to be.
Well, there's no speed. I'm not sure if anybody from the Raiders is going to be able to touch. Yeah, that was a great shot. Definitely don't want to undervalue that. Okay, it's going to be... It was up to Ramraz. Can't quite get close enough. The speed of the soldier just a split second too late. And that is where our series will end. The Cougars take the 3-0 clean sweep after an extremely dominant Havana.
That's why Havana City Council should really consider their street parking in residential areas right there. If it weren't for that truck that had just been abandoned right there.
Where's the tow truck? Come on, why is that? Yeah, seriously.
There. I didn't see a paid ticket in the window right there. That car's probably parked illegally. He's gonna go back home. He's gonna go back home. And he's gonna call the cops. He's gonna be like,
Ramraz. Yeah, Ramraz is filing a complaint. Quick, that's for sure.
Get on the phone. But no, it's an unfortunate loss there. And I will say, I think unfortunately, I don't think MSOE has anyone. For that first stage right there, at least, they don't have anyone to blame for themselves. They had the opening. You pointed it out. They weren't moving fast enough. They weren't getting aggressive enough. When space was delivered to them in that fashion, that was the shatter point. That was the decisive moment where if they had just applied enough pressure and enough aggression right there, they might have been able to jam that in and move it on to the second point. But they hesitated. And in that hesitation, the team that had not missed a single opportunity all night took advantage of another opportunity and got the decisive fight win.
And we were talking at the top of this series, we're here to learn about these squads. And I think that's something we learned about the Raiders is a little bit of hesitation. I think this plays a factor into the ult usage that, we have been alluding to throughout this entire series as well, was just hesitation on when to use those ults. And then it feels desperate. Then it feels like, I've been holding on to this ult for too long. I've got to press Q. And it ends up just being a little ill-timed. On the other side, I mean, the Cougars looking strong. After a loss last week, bounced back really strong here today. Lucky Owl stood out to me every single series. There was a lot of good things going on, but that Ana play was absolutely sublime. I mean, if we did MVPs or whatnot, that's my nod right there. Player of the match, Lucky Owl. I mean, I think that's just the way it's got to go. That's the way it's got to be.
I agree 100%. They were playing at a level I felt that made them stand out from the lobby, and that's really impressive. And that's something to build on as well, to see the effectiveness of that Ana in play. I mean, I don't think there was a single anti-nade that didn't have big value in all of those fights on Eichenwald. And that was just something that was really distinctive about that Ana play. So that's well worth noting and well worth keeping an eye on here as the season progresses. But like you said earlier, right, it's a long season. This is only week 2. And I think that one of the best aspects of NECC, and I feel like I say this every week, is it's an excellent learning environment. It's just such a good opportunity to scrim against opponents of a similar caliber, to play against opponents of a similar caliber, and learn what you need to do as a team to get better. And I think in that regard, both of these teams can take some very valuable lessons out of this.
And I look forward to seeing what both of these squads have to offer as the season continues, and I look forward to seeing that growth. Definitely a valuable part, one of my favorite parts of this league. But hey, that is going to do it for the two of us. But we aren't done here for the night. We're going to pass the baton over to Mana Class and Soav to guide you through your final match between Ottawa Braves and Redbird Academy. We're going to take a minute and get that set up. We'll see you back here for more NACC Overwatch.
I always thought that you were right for me. Was told she'd be the end of me. I swore we'd never meet. Now she's my favorite accessory, and she's in the air I breathe. Oh, oh. She comes and helps me meditate. She taught me how to levitate, and together we fly away. Red eyes, I see the secrets behind these lies that I keep hearing. I can't get away. She's stuck in my brain. The sweet escape with Mary Jane. I'll never get her to change her ways. It's simply the way she's made. Oh no, she'll never change. There's loads of things that I'd like to say, but she locks them inside my brain. Oh, she's like my own personal follower. I always see a lot of her. Some people say I gotta learn to be less of a connoisseur. It's only gonna make you a strong mess. You won't put on my words, but they don't get that. She comes and helps me meditate. She taught me how to levitate. Now together we fly away. Yeah. Red eyes, I see the secrets behind these lies that I keep hearing. I can't get away. time. Got liquor on the table, I don't mind where the night goes, your skin on mine. I see no other people, love is blind, but that's alright though. Pull me down, drown me in this thing I'm feeling, round and round. My world is turning upside down. Tell me how I could be the one you're needing, girl. Your touch is driving me wild. I want your body on there. This moment is fleeting, so don't go away. I want your body on there. This moment is magic, I want you to stay. Gin and lime, I love it when you're playful, give it time. I'll make you mine, girl, your hand in mine. I'll lead you far away, girl, so divine. Our lips touch, our eyes close. Pull me down, drown me in this thing I'm feeling, round and round. My world is turning upside down. Tell me how I could be the one you're needing, girl. Your touch is driving me wild. I want your body on there. This moment is fleeting, so don't go away. I want your body on there. This moment is magic, I want you to stay.
like I've never felt before. Gonna miss it. Follow me again. Why can't I resist the gravity you have? I'm not enough, I swear it's just that you make me so mad. But still I say
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to the final Overwatch map tonight for NECC. My name is Warren Jugglegod Hammond, joined on the mic once again by Soav Danam. How are you doing? You ready for this matchup?
I've been thinking about this matchup all day. I'll be transparent as all heck. I mean, it's not often you get to see talent at the collegiate level. You know, it's everywhere. But let's talk about the fact that we're doing an academy team for a collegiate level, which is in a notion insane in itself. But yeah, this lineup between Redbird Academy of the Illinois State University and the Ottawa Braves, both teams strong. Like, I'm hyping up Redbird here, but both teams are coming off of this on a win. And I've just been thinking about this matchup because I'm so curious to see how this plays out.
As am I. Yeah, they both came off some pretty convincing wins after week one. And certainly going to be riding that momentum into this match. And, you know, you mentioned the fact that we're getting to see the Redbirds Academy team. I mean, that is tremendous, right? I love the fact that we've got academy teams in collegiate esports now. You know, this is such a growing community and a growing thing in general that it's just wonderful to see all of these colleges really leading the way and being the pioneers for what is going to be, you know, just getting bigger and bigger as time goes on. So
and not to mention that we're just not making a collegiate team of, like, you know, top 500 players. We're just whatever the best we can get. We're making academy teams of teams that may never see the limelight. We're seeing, you know, the Plats, the Diamonds academies, you know, even further down in a lot of these colleges. And that in itself is exciting too, because these are players that may never make it to Overwatch, but they get to feel like that, and to give that and be a part of that experience is just equally as rad.
Oh, it absolutely is. I'm going to date myself a little bit here, but I'm an RIT
Oh, boy.
graduate, which is a very strong team as well. Not participating in any CC, but a very strong team, and across a lot of different games. And I graduated from there in 2004, right? That is,
Oh boy.
yeah, exactly. I think last night my
Don't
producer
worry.
told me in chat that they were born in 2004, so I was like, wow, I'm feeling my age now. But back when I was at RIT, there was nothing even close
I
to like
understand
this. When I was in college, and I was coming out of doing a lot of I was a top ranked Quake speed runner out of high school, right? But there was no opportunity for me to continue in college, and I just think it's wonderful that they all have this opportunity.
Oh yeah. Yeah, similarly, I went to Montclair State, which isn't fielding in NECC. They're fielding 3 Valorant teams, which I'm actually kind of disappointed
Wow.
I don't get to cast or play on any of those. Yeah, right. Would have loved to have been a part of that myself. I graduated in 07, so would have loved to. But we've got this young talent here. Let's get a look at them and see who they're bringing to the field today themselves.
Absolutely. We're gonna start out with the Ottawa Braves right here, and this lineup, so many freshmen as well, right? Like this, esports are just dominated by the youth, I think, and it's wonderful to see these freshmen, getting a chance to play here. We've got Simplistic, Saged Mage, Tyrrell, Notzer, Lump, and Sunsinger gonna be starting things off for the Braves, and they do have that veteran presence though in Simplistic, right? A junior on the team. So it's good to see that as well. I imagine they're probably a pretty grounding and leading presence.
I have to imagine, and given that they're they've been listed as a flex player, it's likely we'll see them in those lead roles. They may be coming in at like a main tank role. They may be coming off in like a flex support role where you can kind of call a little more shots and see a little more of the field of view and kind of lead the team. And I think Simplistic and their calling maybe a big part of a win today. So we'll have to keep an eye on where they end up.
Yeah, we certainly will. Let's take a look now at ISU, the Redbirds Academy, and who they're going to be running off with. A little bit more, age and experience on this roster, shall we say. We've got even a senior, the first one I've actually seen tonight on any of the broadcasts that I've been on. But we've got Nova Big, Crimson Bagel, Maymine, and Sam going to be your starting roster. From ISU Redbirds, and I just saw got a note from my production in chat. Maymine, I appreciate your appreciation of my beard. Glad to hear it's godlike. Maybe I'll rebrand myself as Beard God, but hope that you enjoy.
I wouldn't hate that rebrand. I wouldn't hate that rebrand. You've got quite a majesty beard. You would fit right alongside Snillo out in the woods collecting mushrooms, as it were. And speaking of a lot of big names that we're not seeing tonight, you remember this is the academy team. These aren't the guys that are going on to Overwatch League. But these are the guys. They're probably scrimming against, the main squad, right?
Oh yeah, they have to be.
Some scrims. Yeah, there's like scrims. There's probably coaching from those main guys. This is a team that probably has, I wouldn't say an abundance of resources on it, but they've got an advantage here. And I believe, well, why not pop over to maps and see where we're going to be in the world next?
Yes.
Anyways, and it looks like we're going to head back to Ilios. We've seen it all day, and it's good to be back there. We're going to see a little bit of everything. There's a lot we can see on this. Ilios has one of those kinds of balanced, I think, regarding to whatever you want to play. You can kind of make it work in here, depending on where you go.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to at least see Eichenwald and Havana as well. And one thing that stuck out to me when we were looking at these, maps earlier as well, is so many of them favor Brawl, right? Or at least Brawl can be considered the norm, right, on these maps. It isn't until we get to Oasis, and really it's only one sub map there, that we're going to see anything even, potentially, looking like that. Maybe we will on Ilios, but, I anticipate we're going to see a lot of Brawl tonight. That's what we've seen all day. Don't expect to see a change here.
There's a slim chance when we get to Havana, and we saw it the last match we were together, that we see some double shield. Those long kind of sight ranges exist and you can take advantage of them. But let's be real. Having watched some people, go back and play in the ye old times of GOATs, Every single one of these maps, I could imagine being picked in a GOATS or Brawl style comp. So I expect to see a lot of that hyper rush kind of comps set up, and I look to be mostly incredibly wrong as we start into this. We see a little bit of poke on the Ottawa Braves side, and we see a little bit of that kind of zombie comp, that like rush brawl hybrid for Redbird Academy, and I like that. That tells me that they are ready. They feel confident in their teamwork, and they can make something like that work. I like it.
I'm going to be excited to see how the 6-man dive does go up against this more disruption-based composition. Similar in principle, but not really execution. Simplistic going to start off with a pick onto big, and frankly, that is exactly what that is. Ottawa Braves coming out furiously right here, getting several picks right off the back. They're going to, right off the bat, rather, they're going to come away with first fight win.
Yeah, Simplistic getting 2 in there, and we were talking a little bit about it earlier. You know, Simplistic, where are they going to go as the kind of leader? And on Zenyatta is a great leading spot. It's very easy for the Zenyatta player to just call out where their Discord herbs are and to have everybody collapse onto it. I gotta say, we're seeing this the Soldier 76 again from Sunsinger, and interesting giving this comp. It's very difficult to dive, but it doesn't quite collapse with everybody else easily. So we'll see where this goes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not going to have that same effect. We're going to see Nova leading the charge now for Redbird Academy, trying to put as much damage into this team as they can. But Mainmine's going to be demeched. And with that, the Pulse Bomb flies, and the rest of the damage comes in, and the Ottawa Braves dismantle the Redbird Academy once again.
Something's going wrong with this kind of tiny dive, but it's not quite coming together. The communication's a little off on Redbird Academy side. No ultimates either. They're really, the fights aren't even going long enough to really for them to like generate this ult charge. So they're kind of at this disadvantage, just slowly falling behind. Simplistic will have trance, but there's nothing to use it for, so they could probably even get away with a free win if they'd use this right.
That is very true. This could very easily go their way. We're going to see the Transcendence committed early, though, from Simplistic. Minefield already going to find value on Crimson, and now this 6-man dive has really been crippled because they don't have that ability to engage and disengage. And we're going to see them fall once again to just this incredibly well-coordinated disruption composition from the Braves.
Yeah. They are doing absolutely everything correctly here. They are disrupting. They're not allowing the Winston to get in. They're not allowing the Reaper to really engage. And the Sombra has taken, gosh, it has to be 3 to 4 minutes now. And Sam doesn't even have this yet. And then again, there's that pick. You know, again, not even an EMP to show for it. Will they even get it before this fight starts?
I don't think they will. And look, we're not even to the point yet, and already Redbird Academy is down 2 to 3 members. TacVisor now committed by Sunseeker. That's just going to add insult to injury as the rest of the members of the Redbird Academy follows. Just Nova left trying to touch point right now, but there's little they can do. And with the overtime ticking over, that's going to be it. Ottawa Braves come up with a phenomenal showing here on Ruins.
What an yeah, what a strong showing just across the board. They looked fearless. Tyrell was impressive on that wrecking ball, just getting value out of those mines and creating the space consistently. Redbird Academy has to kind of make a change here, and they might. Let's see if they stay on this kind of this brawl dive. It looks like they're gonna commit themselves over to the poke comp. Also, Sam looking at the Echo, I actually do like that. We haven't seen a lot of these Echoes show up, and I think if you play it well, Echo can get so much value between even just copying whatever you end up copying. Having that flexibility is just so good, and they are going to switch into this rush, and I think that's a good pick here. I think you can control the spaces a little better. You can force this poke comp to fight on your terms, and as long as you can make it work, this could turn around for Redbird Academy.
It certainly could. You know, there's a little bit of disconnect, you know, between the support line and DPS, and that Sam doesn't have a pocket, right?
Yeah.
And so that's going to make, you know, Lump have the advantage here for the Braves, at least in that fight. But, you know, with Bagel on the Casty as well, that's going to make it so much easier for them to dissuade these dives coming out from the Braves. So it absolutely could work. It's a little bit of an odd look, but I see what they're going for. Now they're going to be able to take presence on the point, and it's going to be very hard for the Braves to dislodge them. They're going to have to get in position now and start to take these off angles. We see Terrell going in for an early engagement, but they're going to be stunned and not able to do just that. They go for the pile driver right on the coast. Not going to get in too much damage at the moment, but Crimson is found by Simplistic. Bagel, though, going to be able to get the counter pick. However, Lump and Sage are out of the fight, so now you don't have that aerial presence coming in, and Sam is just free to deal damage. Redbird's Academy comes away with a great fight win here.
Yeah, Sam came alive there on the Echo, and I don't know if maybe this was a case of just trying the Sombra and just trying the comp to see if it was going to work, but this is a little bit more of a fair fight here. They've got control of the point. They had to commit a couple of those ultimates early. They committed that Amplification Matrix, which you might want back. You probably could have cleaned it up without it, but the Braves don't have too much themselves. They're probably going to stall this fight out until they can get a couple more ults and then look to poke and engage on it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's going to be what they're going to have to do here. The minefield committed early on. Going to be a nice pile driver to take Bagel down very low. Sunseeker going to be able to finish him off with attack visor. The Ottawa Braves clean up in a very quick fashion.
Yeah, and all it cost him was 2 ultimates, so you're in a pretty good spot. Lump has that ultimate, and once again, Sunsinger just going to go ahead and have a nice stand and enjoy the view while they can. And, but both supported ultimates for the Braves, so they're in a good spot to continue this fight and keep this success rolling.
Wow.
Crimson falling way early, though. My goodness. Simplistic absolutely just putting themselves out there.
Yeah, Simplistic is an insane Zenyatta. Like, I think we can already establish that, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, being able to click these hits and take out players, you know, at such a distance like this is tremendous. But to do it twice to a Lucio, that is exceptional. That is absolutely exceptional.
That is quality. Yeah, and whew.
Yeah, we're going to see now Redbird Academy move on to point as quick as they can. We're going to get the duplicate now from Lump over onto the Reinhardt. And with that, Redbird Academy, despite having the soundboard, you're not going to be able to withstand all the CC, all the damage, and this just insane aggression coming out from Ottawa.
Ooh, yeah. It cost a bit of their ult usage, but I mean, Lump got incredible value on that Reinhardt. Two Earth Shatters there in it, but it was really in just a well hold. Tyrell's going to have another set of mines and has been getting incredible value. This poke comp is playing well. This is a comp that the Braves have clearly been working on and clearly have in their pocket well established. Maymane has to come up over on this Diva, surprisingly, with a big bomb to make this and break this open for them.
They absolutely do. Here it's going to come. There's going to be a little bit of a contest now on point from Terrell. They're going to drop the minefield as well. That's going to cause a little bit of damage, but the real damage getting done by Notcher right now, taking out Bagel. And with that, things are looking up once again for the Ottawa Braves. Redbird Academy, I think, had a great opportunity there, but they weren't able to convert it into a fight win. Now just a couple members remaining, but Redbird Academy has got a couple of picks off of Big right here, so this isn't over for them yet. In fact, they're still proccing percentage. Big looks to be taken out right here, but that was a tremendous stall. That's still going, apparently.
Still stalling, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to get the value they can out of it. It's coming so close to one fight, but they kind of just need to sack it and regroup, and this has to be the moment. With no ultimates for Redbird on the board, they can't really waste the time to build the rest of it. And Not Sir and Simplistic already has another trance. Can I talk about that for a moment? That's been so quick. They've been just so efficient on getting the value with the Zenyatta.
Yeah, they really have been. We're going to see the point now hotly contested by Redbird. Amplification Matrix out, but there's 2 members down already, and with the Transcendence online, it's going to be almost everybody staying up. Sunsinger a little bit out of range. Lump now onto the Reinhardt once again, and the kills keep on coming, but Sam is doing a phenomenal job. Pulse bomb thrown out. Not going to land this time around. They're desperately keeping the point alive for Redbird Academy. In fact, they're getting Lump down dangerously low. They do, in fact, finish them off, but with a minefield on the point now from Terrell again. This is all but over. Ottawa Braves gonna take this match and come up 1-0.
I'm not gonna say I'm terribly surprised, because both these teams coming in 1-1, it's difficult to say who was gonna have a strict advantage. We could hypothesize about anything, but I don't think either of us expected Simplistic to be this big of a playmaker, right? We were looking at the junior talent, the leader of this Brave squad, the person who's been around, and they are showing that they are capable of leading, making these plays. And remember, 64% kill participation. That's like 3 out of 4 kills. That's almost every single kill probably had a Discord orb on it. And if they
Yeah.
can continue to play this poke at that quality, they are looking good. I think Redbird Academy has more in their pocket, though. I think they haven't quite showed us everything. I think they were feeling out what they think they might be coming into, maybe just kind of playing with some new ideas, and then maybe we'll see what happens as we go into these hybrid and escorts.
I think you're absolutely right. This is not their final form. They've got
No.
more to show us. I am certain. And you know what? What's really been interesting to me from both of these squads is that we've seen a lot of this dive come out, right? On both maps for Ilios, and these more wrecking ball based compositions. The wrecking ball really being one of the strongest tanks right now in the game, as we as we're seeing more of these upper echelon teams, right, and NECC, we're seeing more of that play, and we're seeing it executed so well. And it's such a difficult thing to do that it makes sense that we're just now getting to see it, right, in terms of today's broadcast. But it is really powerful, and we're absolutely seeing that right now from the Braves.
It really speaks to the quality of these players, right? Because you can't just sit there, pick up at Wrecking Ball and be able to get value on mines half the time. I know, I've tried. I can't do it. But, this quality of player can make these kinds of decisions. And not just the quality of the individual players, the quality of the teamwork too, because these are styles of play that require callouts to be heard, focused down, and then immediately moved on. With the second a Discord orb hits, you need the tracer, you need the ball to disrupt, and you need the team to collapse exactly where it is. Almost kind of similar to, your classic dive that we saw, very early Overwatch, but just with more disruption, a little bit more flexibility and self-survivability. So if you can learn to get those individual picks, win your duels, and keep yourself alive without requiring that mercy pocket we've seen in some of our lower end brackets, you can just do well.
Yeah, you absolutely can. And, I think you mentioned this, right? You mentioned teamwork, and I just want to highlight that because, like you said, there was 63% kill participation for Simplistic on that last map, right? Well, with those kind of numbers, right, that means that you've got the teamwork. That means you've got the coordination. The entire team is collapsing on these kills, which is exactly what they need to be doing. As we head into Eichelwald, I'm going to be curious to see if Ottawa sticks on this composition, because you could absolutely run it in here, attack or defense.
Yeah, you can absolutely put this wherever. And I think for the Redbird Academy, your response to this has to be finding a way to change, to get simplicity off of their comfort. Because if they can sit there and just run this Zenyatta and just be uncontested, because for the most part, Simplistic there was no real contest to him. You tried, but you never really could get back there. You were too busy playing your own defense. If you can get Simplistic kind of on the back foot, the rest of the team may struggle to keep themselves in this synergy and this focus. You're going to have to suddenly hope that the peel comes through and that all these other moving parts just kind of collapse. So that's going to be Redbird's Academy win con going forward into this versus this poke comp. But it looks like they're going to go with this. I used to know the old name. I'm trying to think of this new one, but this like May Cassidy kind of brawl. This does work. This is good. This is good CC. It can work. You don't really have anybody who's incredibly diveable, but you will have to see versus this kind of long range poke comp, because this is still very vulnerable to it.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to have a pause in chat real quick. So we're going to be out for just a moment, but we can talk about some of these matchups, right, that we have going on, and I think that one thing that Redbird Academy did really well with their composition is they've got the Cassidy and the May, right?
Yes,
they're really looking to have several tools in their belt, right, to deal with these dives coming out. And if you can mitigate this wrecking ball with these two hero choices, then that's not going to leave the same kind of openings that, were clearly there when we were on Ilios.
No, and that's usually where you see this kind of this counter poke comp comes with a full package of like an Orisa and a Brigitte. So you have pull to keep anybody who tries to go in. You can keep them in. You have the Brigitte for the stun. It's just trying to pile in as many CC as you can. The problem is, similarly to this poke comp, it requires a lot of teamwork and coordination. You have to know who's throwing their CC when, at what, and you're not just dumping all of your buttons at left, because the second you run out of CC, you just become overwhelmed by these poke comps. And I do think that this is a good kind of a mix. However, I kind of caught it very, very quickly. We did see a swap over to the Pharah, and that also is a little bit of a problem for them, because if they're expecting this poke comp without a pharmacy or without an Echo Mercy, you might think your May Cassidy is going to be good. You may now have to double back and see if you can pick up that soldier again, something a little more pressure in the sky, or something that can just give you a little bit of an edge there, because we've seen these Pharahs just run town over, well, Germany, as it were. But if you can figure out how to, they're going to be kind of surprised to this, so they're going to have to double back and see what they have to change on the second fight.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now, they're not without hope, as it were, really, because they do have the Cassidy, right? Cassidy can absolutely, start to pick apart one of these pharmacies in the sky, but their attention is going to be split, very, very split, between trying to mitigate a dive coming in, right, and keeping this Pharah threat out of the sky. So that's a lot to put just on your Cassidy, right? And even even if just the fact that you've got both of these threats means the attention is going to be split. They're not going to be able to do as either job as effectively as they would.
Yeah, but let's see how Bagel manages to pull this out, because there's still a chance that they can. And Tyrell's gone long, apparently. Tyrell's setting up.
Wow.
Oh, just finds the easy value, though.
Yeah, that was a huge pick. And look at that. He deleted the exact two people that they needed to get rid of in order to be able to win this fight, right? Both of those heroes with that CC just down and out. And now, Redbird Academy, largely without a hope and a prayer right here, as the Ottawa Braves just continue to dissect them.
Yeah, they've already got it. Tyrell has just been a phenomenal player on this ball, has just absolutely just put in incredible value. And Redbird Academy, you might need to commit to the full package. You might need the Brigitte, you might need to bring in the Orisa or something else to kind of help you do that. But man, like, that was just a great opening. That was great team. That was great calls. Yeah, and you can see Natsur just wow. Nobody saw that coming. Nobody truly saw that coming.
No, that was a phenomenal shot there coming out from Bagel. That's what we need to see more of from the Redbird Academy if they're gonna, be able to hold back against these Braves. Pile Driver coming in, Bagel just a little bit late with the flashbang right there, doesn't quite catch them, and with that, Tyro's gonna have the minefield ready to go, and they drop it as soon as we see this Redbird Academy team hit the ground. But just a barrage, literally, of kills coming in for Lump. Great play coming out there, but that was the closest the Redbird Academy has seen so far, on this map at least, to holding back the Braves.
You had mentioned this earlier. It's a lot of pressure on Bagel to, turn around and stun the wrecking ball as it comes in, but then also make sure you pick the pharmacy out the sky.
Right.
You need some help. Mayonnaise needs to step in there and just harass the Pharah out of the sky, or just do something to help mitigate that, because there's just so much. And Lump just managing to win the air fight even.
Yeah. Now, again, Sam without a pocket in the sky, that's going to make things harder. Beautiful boop coming out, denying the Deadeye from Bagel. Just fantastic. I'm not sure if that was Lump or if that was Tyro, but regardless, phenomenal play. And now we've got the cart right at the door of victory here for the Braves. We are going to get to see third point with over 5 minutes on the clock.
Man, they have the cart has literally not stopped moving. 5 minutes, 4 ultimates, 3 points, 2 teams, and 1 victory on the way to the Ottawa Braves if they keep this up.
Yeah, this is just tremendous, and we've already got the minefield ready, not the minefield, the barrage ready to go, but it's gonna be the Dragon Strike that comes in first. Shatter gonna be committed by Nova, not gonna find anything this time. Sound barrier there from Crimson to try and keep them alive. Stun comes in onto Tyro, but it's gonna be once again Lump coming in with some big kills. There are a couple of counter picks now for Redbird Academy, but the card is rounding this last corner here on Eichenwald. We are just about to see the finish of this point, and with the res coming in as well, this is going to be very tough for Redbird Academy to try and hold. Nova swaps over to the Wrecking Ball, looking to get a little bit of value in the backline here. Sunseeker going down very low. That is a big pick. And in fact, Redbird Academy going to be able to hold at the 11th hour.
That'll be the stabilize there. I can't help but notice this go through chat. I think Mayne managed to pick Lump out with the remake. I'm so curious. I need the VOD because I'm not sure if that was just straight through the sky or not, but that was a helpful turning point to take out Lump and that. But they committed everything into that. That's going to be a few more, and that's 2 ultimates out and 2 picks immediately.
Yeah, that's the support line gone for the Braves. There's nothing they can do at this point. They just have to back out. Now a nice kill coming in from Tyrrell. They have equalized, but they don't have support at the moment. They're still going to have to stall and wait.
No, but that's fine, I guess. If you're a poke comp, you're not necessarily worried about your engage. You can sit here and poke at a distance all day. Sunsinger's got bullets.
That's
for everything.
true.
Lump is now back in full form. So that Flux is going to be just the opening to this poke.
That it is, with a minefield layered on top as well. That's going to make it very difficult for this Redbird Academy team to stay on point. Sam going to be the last standing, but they're caught in the corner. Ottawa Braves finish with 3:15.
I mean, it's not the 5 minutes we were expecting to see, from a couple minutes back, but it sure was. That's an impressive time bank. And considering they never really lost a map, like a team fight, when you think about it, they lost one at the end, just managed to regroup, get themselves together, and continued to just keep it rolling. So Redbird Academy's got a big step in front of them, and I'm sure they can pull something out of this, but can they do it on this? Can they do it with what they've been running? I feel like you almost kind of need a little bit more. You're asking a lot from Bagel. I know Sam is clearly a projectile player. Maybe pull out the Hanzo, just something to kind of help take some of the load off there, because you've got so many things to keep track and eyes on. And right now that's what's happening. The Braves are just bamboozling Redbird Academy, and you can't let that happen.
Yeah, they really are. This they clearly understand this composition inside and out, right? They're playing it to a T right now. And not only that, but when counters come out, they're dealing with them, and they're dealing with them first and quickly, right? So they not only do they understand how their composition works, but they understand how the opponent's works as well and how to dismantle it. So Redbird Academy really has a tough job ahead of them. We're going to see something coming out close to actually a pretty dive composition, but with some hit scan, or rather with some long distance as well.
There's going to be, I think this is mostly, I was going to say this looks like it's mostly scouting, but I'm not sure what to make of this. This is really fascinating. You've got some dive things, and Sam is going in. There are counters, and these make sense, but it's working. You know what, Jungle? It's working.
Yeah, that's, honestly, that's been a bit of the story tonight with Redbird Academy, is they've come out on these kind of like off-kilter looking compositions, right? That don't immediately make sense, but clearly there is thought behind them, because they are finding success with them. I mean, that was a tremendously fast first point cap, right? Maybe this is the answer to this interesting composition that the Braves have been using.
I mean, but now, so the counter picks have come in. Now they're moving over to the Hog. I like that. It's very interesting because you have this kind of a rotation, and I mean the fight's already still going. There's already a pick. Sunslinger's already got one, and there's 2.
Yeah, the Ottawa Braves just they're counter adapting as well. Right now we see the Roadhog come out, which is gonna wreak havoc on Nova on that Winston. Sam now with a pulse bomb, not going to be able to find a target, but is able to take Simplistic out of the fight. Without those Discord orbs, it's going to make Ottawa Braves' job a lot more difficult. It's still possible, but now with Sage Mage out of the fight as well, Redbird Academy going to be able to get this cart really moving.
I'm glad to see this. This is good. They're showing signs of life. They didn't just roll over here. That's awesome. I'm very interested to see what they're trying to pair, because you typically will pair the Nano with the Primal to try to rotate between like that and another set of ultimates. I guess you're trying to rotate it with this Dragon Strike here, but I don't quite understand what it's odd, but it's working. And there is that Nano. There is the Nano.
Yeah, that Nano going to do a tremendous amount of damage, but Lump just destroying right now for the Ottawa Braves. There's no support left for Redbird Academy. Maymind out of their mech, and that's going to be the Braves finding a way to hold.
Yeah, I mean, they Lump actually just straight put that on their back and did that. But with 3 ultimates on the board, the Braves are looking in a good spot. They'll get the support ultimates on the way in too. If the Redbird Academy really want to break this open, they have to isolate Sunsinger. And there, just as I said, immediately to the jump pack, that's what they needed. That's the opening.
That absolutely is. Sam now going to commit the pulse bomb as well. It's going to find Sage, Mage, Simplistic there with the Transcendence, but it's not going to save them this time around. Self-destruct committed by Main Mind. They're going to go back into their mech very quickly so they can continue to provide value. Nova now with the Primal Rage as well, going to be able to get some of these heroes away from the cart, trying to just CC them out of position. But in the meantime, Tyrell comes up with a double environmental onto the supports. The Braves hold again.
That's an exclamation point on that fight. They've adapted correctly to all this, and that's going to be Dragons out of spawn just because they're going to give up that Hanzo. They're going to commit to the full poke. That if you can't beat him, you might as well join him at this point. And I think that's the correct play. You can still isolate Sunsinger here. That's going to be the weakest point, the one you're going to be able to ping down, because everybody else is kind of too tanky, and Simplistic is well protected between the Hog and the Brig. But Lump is going to find Crimson right away, and that's just going to be the first opening for the Auto Braves to continue to hold.
Yeah, Lump has not been sitting alone on a bench in a park. They have been doing a tremendous amount of work here for the Ottawa Braves. When they've needed someone clutch, they have been there. Going to see a pile driver coming in from Nova, getting a little bit of value right there, but it's going to be Tyrell committing the minefield. That's going to make things very hard for the Academy team from the Redbirds to hold on. In fact, we're going to see quite a bit of reset coming out from them.
It's just cleanup here. Tyrell manages to get another boop too. This was it. They've made the adaptations correctly, and they are looking to hold with 2 minutes on the clock. And you kind of got to keep adapting if you're Redbird. If you're Redbird Academy, you've set this in. You've got the answers. You've brought your Ana back in. If you can get your anti-nade onto that Hog, that's probably your best shot to really punish this comp. If you can get the Hog isolated, that's free ult charge. That also takes away your peel for Simplistic. Pick a target and just focus in, get your communication good, and you can win this if you're ready.
Gonna see the pulse bomb committed early from Sam. Not gonna find the intended target at the moment. Simplistic now forced to use Transcendence, keep their team alive, and that's going to allow Sunsinger to take Bagel out of the sky. And with that, look at the Crimson just loses their footing. Nova gonna reset as well off of a boop from Sage Mage, and that was a great attempt from Redbird Academy, but just not in the cards for him.
No, it was not there, and burning down this clock even further down to the 1 minute, coming into this last fight territory, and it's Sunsinger just going to get 2. No big deal. 4 ultimates on the board for the Braves, and they're looking in a good spot. They have the tools to maintain control of this. So, provided Nova doesn't make any insane plays, and these ults that come in for Redbird, as this is getting started, don't get anything.
Oh my god!
This looks good. That's an isolated Brig.
Yeah, there's going to be no supports left anywhere for the Redbird Academy. Great combination of plays coming out there from Notzer and Simplistic. And now we're at the last 30 seconds. This is final fight territory for Redbird.
This is it. 3 ultimates on board, both tanks. There is some big plays to be had here, but it's going to come down to these mines. But Maymay's already out, has to give up that bomb already. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, that was a big pick right there. We're going to see the duplicate go over to the Tracer now. Bagel looking for an opportunity here, but Bob going to be committed. The stick comes in. They do find Simplistic, but in the meantime, Redbird Academy getting dismantled left and right. There's another pulse bomb up for Bagel, but they're not going to be able to find a target with it. They're going to be taken out of the fight. With that, the Ottawa Braves are going to go up 2-0.
Phenomenal showing from the Ottawa Braves. Again, we kind of talked about this. It was very easy to go into this match and just say, oh, Redbird Academy has to be the superior team here, right? I'll admit it. I wasn't thinking it, but I had a suspicion that could be the case. But, if you were thinking that, you have to double check it now, because Tyrell is absolutely just shown, look at that double boop value. Incredible. And still, just still looking for more. That's the kind of communication that you need to make between your teams, right? That a poke comp like this can have. If you can make that call for your Wrecking Ball to go in, get that value, especially at a place where they just can get value, like on a bridge,
Right.
you just continue to run. And I think that's the other thing that this team has been doing really well, right? There's so much, even on these big maps like Eichenwald, that is a huge map. There's so many different lanes you can path to get to where you're trying to get to. And yet, no matter where they went, no matter where Redbird Academy tried, there was always someone in their face. They had such great control of all of the map. And that is key for these kinds of poke comps, to be able to control the map and then collapse and basically just kind of surround your opposing team whenever you need to.
You're absolutely right. That is one of the keys to that composition, and another key to the composition is just making sure that there's as tight coordination as you can have between the Wrecking Ball and the Zenyatta, right? Those two
Yes.
being on the same page is absolutely key to this composition working. And I mean, those are two of the players that we have consistently called out on the Ottawa Braves for just showing tremendous play. And when you've got those two heroes popping off, there is a lot of trouble that's going to be caused for the opposing team. We're going to throw to a short break, though. We will be right back to continue this exciting match between the Ottawa Braves and Redbird Esports. See you soon. The Ottawa Braves on an absolute tear at the moment. The ISU Redbirds unable to keep this disruption composition at bay. We are headed to Havana next, and this could be the moment for the ISU Redbirds to make a comeback, as I'm not sure if we're going to see a whole lot of Wrecking Ball here in Havana. What do you think, Soev?
I don't know. I don't imagine we would, but at the same time, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Juggle. I mean, it's just been working for them. Why run anything different? This is the home of long sight lines and double shield in theory, but this is also the home of close holds. So maybe we see that brawl pop up. Maybe we'll see some double sniper, some Widow Hanzo stuff. We'll have to see when the doors open, but I got to imagine the Braves don't really have any intents to change. They've just been so successful.
Yeah, they really have. We talked before the break, though, a little bit, or actually during the break, about how,
Yes,
there has been some adjustments coming out from the ISU Redbirds Academy team, right? And some of these interesting compositional picks that initially we've been puzzled by have actually shown a lot of promise.
I mean, there's something to be had for this kind of a Winston Diva, like small dive, no dive brawl kind of a comp. You're not too worried about shields. You can fall, isolate on targets. If you're playing this Ana, it's hard. You can't necessarily get, bullets through. So you're more playing the Winston to isolate and kind of knock away that healing as opposed to that. But as we might be thinking, now we're going to brawl. We're gonna put ourselves right in front of each other's faces and just go as hard as we can. And I like it. Redbird's going to go with that pretty standard Symmetra comp, but they are good. They are looking good for it. I like it. And the Braves they are looking to probably just play a double shield, like a modified double shield here. I like this aggressive back line of Baptiste and Zenyatta. It's a little low healing, but it does give you more damage, and that is good. It really allows your snipers to shine here.
That it does. And the spawn hold has started from Redbird Academy. We're going to see several of their members go down to about half health, but they will be able to get healed back up. Jarrell going down to about half health, but it's actually Big who's going to commit the Immortality Field first. Going to see a pick come in on both sides of the equation, but that is only going to benefit the Ottawa Braves, as this respawn for Redbird Academy is going to be so far back. In fact, another pick's going to come out. Sam out of the equation now. This spawn hold is effectively over. Now all they're looking to do is just take time off the clock.
Yeah, and that's really what you're trying to do here, right? Like that's kind of the most important thing out of this, is getting the value. Sunsinger over on the Torbjorn. I do like it. Maybe you're expecting a dive counter for that, but you can get a lot of value just between the turret, between anything like that. Maybe we'll get the rare but lucky hammer kill. Who knows? And I say that, and the hammer is out. So anything's possible, but Not Sir does have a flux to kind of open this up, and that'll probably be what we're keeping an eye out for.
Yeah, I imagine it will be. Gonna be Sunsinger backing off quite a bit for the Braves, as the rest of their team almost getting caught out by that Mei bomb. It's gonna be, in fact, Mei coming up with a kill, taking Sage Mage out of the fight, who is now over on the Zenyatta, by the way. Role swap there, or hero swap between Simplistic and Sage Mage. Nice shatter comes in, though, from the Braves. The Blizzard committed now from Sam, but it's not going to be able to hold back what the Braves have been throwing at them.
Yeah, the Braves just have more raw damage. They may not have exactly the longest comp, but that's again why you like the Torbjorn. Very big self-sustain. Lump doesn't need to play near anybody, and your tanks are plenty fine to just stand and hold shields for everybody and continue to take space that way. And you can see it. They're just trying to right now just prevent and just roll that card along to get to point A completion, and literally just body blocking their ways there.
Yeah, they practically do. Nova is going to land a shatter, though. Self-destruct now committed as well from Mei, and a beautiful recontest coming out from Redbird Academy. Sound barrier committed at the end. Not sure if that was needed for these cleanups, but they do get the hold right at the doors to second point.
Just in the nick of time, but thankfully they will get to, and that's some good life out of Redbird Academy. They're looking good. They're showing that this is a comp they've practiced. They've swapped up a little bit. They made the changes they need to. They're now able to break shields with Bagel on that Hanzo. Great fire strike looking through, and Sam's going to find that opening pick.
That they will, and that's going to be big, because you once again have those discords out of the equation now for the Braves, and that is, just something that like any of these compositions with the Zenyatta are going to be built around and based on. Molten Core now committed by Sunsinger, that's going to do a lot of damage, but the Dragon Strike from Lump was eaten as well. But fortunately, the Braves have more in their toolbox. The hammer kill does come out. Bagel gonna be the recipient of that. And with this fight, the Braves are gonna take first point.
Yep, that's all they were looking for. Hammers as far as the eye can see, but they still have 2 ultimates working in them. And yeah, this is the Braves, the little bit of flex in their comp showing they're not just a poke one trick, and this aggressive position taking, I like it. This is good. They're leaving Sunsinger to just continue to push the cart, being able to keep their position with these 2 shields and just make space for these ranged heroes to go. And that's Dragons, ooh, right in the face.
Yeah, that was a tremendous play coming out from Redbird Academy. Our Mortality Field was committed by Simplistic, but they weren't able to keep Tyrell up in the fight. And with that, Redbird Academy has a distinct advantage. No tanks left for the Braves. And with that, they're going to have to back up and try again or die on card as quick as they can.
Yeah, and they're committing Blizzard too. If they feel they need it, you might want that. You might want a refund on that. I'm not sure, because you might get a late pick, but was it worth the Blizzard? Blizzard is such a high value ultimate, and and now it's turning back their way. It may not. Yeah. It's taking us so long to get this, and they really didn't get any value out of it.
I think it might not have been a bad move, to be perfectly honest, because the Ottawa Braves didn't look like they wanted to let go of that fight, right? And in fact, this has just been one long, drawn-out fight. And so I think the Blizzard may have actually had some value there, right? I think it might not have been a misplay. Because, they recognized that aggression coming out from the Braves.
Yep, that's right. As a wise man once told me, there are no mistakes, there are only extended team fights, and this is definitely that rule. This is definitely that.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, this fight is still going, right? This is just one fight practically since the doors to the brewery have opened. Ottawa Braves are eventually going to come out on top right here in this, minute and a half, 90-second fight that we've seen?
If that.
But Sam has another Blizzard.
Another Blizzard?
They get a kill out of it. Main gonna turn it around with a pick on the stage. Mage, I can't believe it. Redbird Academy has come back and won this fight.
Incredible. It's still going though. There's still a cart contest in reality.
Yeah.
There is still someone there. Finally, the last Torbjorn falls, and we finally get a break in that. That was. What a fight that was, and they drew so much time off the clock. That was great if you're Redbird Academy. That's exactly what you want. And now they're committed to this full double shield. That's great. You force the Ottawa Braves off to mirror you, and you're in a great position now. Now you have isolation from the May, but Bagel's just going to go down early, and that dies with Dragons. That's tough.
That is Dragon Strike going to be thrown in as well to try and zone out some of the members of Redbird Academy. Now they're all on the low ground, and as we know from Anakin, when you have the high ground, you generally win. Sunsinger putting a lot of pressure on the Sam, gonna find them with their back turned to them. Excellent, situational awareness coming out from them, and now Redbird Academy being backed into a literal corner right here. But Up comes up with a kill. Baker gonna counter with a Dragon Strike of their own, though, and neither of these teams wants to again let this fight go, but it's gonna go the way of the Braves at the last moment.
These have been scrappy fights across the board. Natsa really came in clutch with that. That flux was huge, and they've kept themselves alive. The Braves have just been continuing to push. They've looked, and you mentioned it, they have great control, even with this like static comp. They're keeping great control of the space. Sam has been getting value on this May, but you've got to really get these walls in a position where you can isolate and try to get one of these tanks caught off guard. And there goes a Blizzard just trying to do just that.
Yeah, Simplistic gonna go down very early, and that is a huge boon for the Redbird Academy, especially getting another hold like this. But Sage Mage showing that Simplistic is not the only Zenyatta in town. Triple kill right there. Huge play coming out from them and turned a lost fight into a win.
Usually when you have Blizzard, it's pretty considered a one fight, as long as you get it out and it lands and it gets at least somebody. But wow, that's a tough place to be, because they are in the spawn doors and the card is rolling less than a minute, and you can see it. Simplistic is just ready. Simplistic is just ready to just take anybody out. They refuse to let anybody touch this the best they can.
Yeah, but the story of this entire fight has been Simplistic. I mean, the immortality field to save them during that during the gravitic flux, and now and with that amplification matrix as well, just tremendous play. And there's little left that Redbird Academy can do. We're going to see Crimson now pop that sound barrier. That's going to give them a lot more staying power, but Bagel's going down very low. They are eventually healed. Nova now in trouble. There's the immortality field from them. In fact, Bagel's going to be able to start to turn this around for Redbird Academy at the last moment. Sage Mage not to be outdone, though. They're able to pick off that Tracer who's been being pesky in the backline to him, and with the supercharger now, there's just too much damage for the Redbird Academy. Ottawa Braves gonna finish this point in OT.
It's the difference between the Lucio and the Zenyatta here, right? Like the Lucio was good. Crimson didn't play bad. Let's just say that also. Crimson did not play bad on the Lucio there. It's just the difference of having a Lucio versus, a Zenyatta. Lucio is going to move your team a little bit faster, which you might want in this kind of a static comp, but we saw Sage Mage put out just absolutely slaying from that distance. You're not necessarily going to see that kind of value on a Lucio, so you kind of have to match that aggression or find a way to contain that backline of the Braves, and they were looking good to do so. Like Redbird Academy basically had it. They were looking really good. Instead, we have an overtime. At a worst, there will be another go around, but this is good. This is a good change from Redbird Academy. They're looking good, and it looks like they're going to do it. And they are matching that. They're going to put Crimson and Big over on that same backline.
Yeah, they are, and I like this look. It's been working out so well for the Braves. I mean, Zenyatta. It's honestly, it's been a while since I've seen Zenyatta have this much impact on a game, right?
Yeah,
like it's just been tremendous. Both Sage Mage and Simplistic have really shown an incredible prowess on that hero, and in addition, really the Braves have done a wonderful job following up on it, because that is a key to a key to this as well.
Yeah, and I will say Sam over on the Mei in the beginning, like I said, has played well, has gotten value out of that. But really, in these kinds of comps, you need to work on the isolation. You need to get value, and your walls need to be landing. And that was kind of the problem with the Redbird Academies. They weren't really getting those lands. So I like this Echo pick a little bit more. And just off the bat, immediately Sam finds value on the Sage Mage.
Yeah, that was tremendous value that they found. Sunsinger, though, not to be outdone, finds a couple of picks. The res is going to come in onto Nova, so this Redbird Academy team going to be able to push forward and start to dismantle this Braves brawl composition that we've got here. But they're going to need to do a little bit more than that. Big has committed the amplification matrix too, right off the bat, right out of the gates. Terrell going to fall to that, and now the Braves are going to back up and give them the space that the Redbird Academy has very well earned.
Yeah, they managed to clear themselves by that space, and I do like this comp. You have a little bit of everything. You can split up your Echo Mercy, and you can keep your kind of core brawl compish together, and this looks good. This is a good look for the Redbird Academy, and they're coming into majority of their ults for this fight, so they're in a good position, but the Ottawa Braves just a little bit ahead in that economy, so they might get an advantage depending on how these ultimates fall.
Yeah, they certainly could if they're able to use them quickly, which they are going to start to do. Picks coming in for each side. Shatter going to be blocked. Immortality Field's out now, just barely able to keep Nova alive for a little while. The Ottawa Braves eventually going to find the cracks in the armor, exploit those, and send Redbird Academy back to spawn.
Yep, and that's kind of the difficulty of splitting the team like that, right? Is you have a couple people in your area, you can get up crossfire, but if you don't, if something goes wrong, if someone gets picked, there's just a problem. Maymain, speaking of, going to go down a little bit early just to slow out that time. Lump having this Blizzard looks very good. Looks like a winnable moment for them, but the three on the side of Redbird Academy may stand to do this. If Lump can also get a good isolate with that wall to follow it up, that could be this could be the winning moment.
It certainly could. We're going to see a duplicate coming out from Sam, but Bagel pops off with a huge dead eye. Big going to follow it up, as does Sam. And with that, Redbird Academy going to break this hold.
Yeah, it was done the second that dead eye hit, and there's going to be a flux. Sam dodging that of their own, that rock coming in. The value was had. It didn't cost them all their ultimates too, so they're looking good. Redbird Academy, not just rolling over here. This is still they're showing they want to get into this brewery and keep this map rolling. But no one's on card juggle. Card is stopped.
Yeah, and there was an early pick onto Sam as well, and with that pick, the Ottawa Braves knew that they could push with a lot more aggression. So excellent read from them on that fight, and what a great retake. You're right. There was no one on cart, so now instead of being right at the doors, which it very well could have been, it's still over near the ticket booth.
If they had left anybody on cart, they maybe could have even capped there with the fallback, but now instead you've got Redbird Academy just making last-minute swaps to Hanzo. We're trying to break shields as quick as we can, and is it going to be enough with this less than a minute on the clock? And there's both support ultimates and a Deadeye.
Yeah, so everything has been expended by the Ottawa Braves, but nobody from the Redbird Academy has fallen just yet. Now, though, the supports are gone. 30 seconds left on the clock. Redbird Academy has to back out as fast as they can to take another shot at this.
Oh, no, that's a... Ooh, okay, that Flux almost didn't get it. But there's two. There's two from Not Sir.
Yeah, this is going to, a huge, actually, fight win there from the Ottawa Braves. I was about to say that was going to favor Redbird Academy, but with the cleanup that happened, that was certainly Ottawa Braves' fight.
Yeah, Not Sir just letting Tyrell, not going to let Tyrell be the star tank player here. And Lump, again, still holding on to this Blizzard. That's an easy tool. It's the only ultimate on board across everybody. So as overtime ticks in, that's gonna send it.
That it is. We're going to get Nova frozen right now. They're going down very low. A couple picks coming in for the Ottawa Braves. This was Redbird Academy's last chance to try and hold on for dear life and extend this series, but it's not going to be in the cards for them. That's going to be the Ottawa Braves taking out a phenomenal team in ISU Redbird Academy. Congratulations to them. What phenomenal play coming out. We got a couple staggers here, but this is all but over. Ottawa Braves coming home with the win.
That was a commanding victory, and they showed just a good reason as to why they went up 1-0 really quickly. Not willing to just look at this team and think, okay, we might get beat, we just might lose here, but a great mastery of comps. The great communication was there, and you can see from Redbird Academy, they were trying to keep it. They were trying to find the answers, and Nasser had incredible value on this signal.
Yeah.
You gotta say, between the fluxes that hit 2 and 3, there was just value had on this entire tank line. That was a team that can clearly execute on multiple different comps, and not just to say that they can just execute as a team, but every single person on that team had a moment where they just kind of shone, and some strong in some comps, some strong in the poke, some strong in the shields, and it works out. And when you have a team that cohesive and that can play to their strengths, when someone's having a good day, you can call that out and continue to pick that. And the Ottawa Braves can continue to do that. They can keep rolling right along into the future weeks.
Yeah, this is a very strong team. The crew from Kansas coming away with a big win over ISU Redbirds Academy, and they're absolutely one to watch out for moving through, the rest of this season. So can't wait to see what else, what other excitement's going to come from them. And excitement, really, I think, was the word of the night. This was a very exciting match, and kudos to both of the teams for making it that way. I love what we got to see here tonight.
Yeah, this was very much an exciting match. The scoreline really doesn't do it justice. You can look and say, oh, 3-0 must have just been a bad night. Someone just got stomped. But when you really look at it, there were moments of up and down for both teams. And I think check back on both of these teams in week 7, 8, 9 as we get closer to playoffs, and you'll see that a rematch will be way closer than this.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely right. Well, so that's going to do it for us here tonight. That is all the NECC Collegiate Overwatch we have for you this lovely Thursday evening. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you to our producers throughout the evening as well. I had a different crew behind us earlier and later, but appreciate you all nonetheless. Thank you to chat as well. And so, before we close, any final words?
Nah, it's just great to be here and great to see these incredible teams going at it. Everybody take care, be safe, and be healthy.